Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is November 15th, 2022 at 4:32 PM. We will begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilwoman Burrow.
Here.
Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is adoption of the agenda.
Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move adoption of the agenda as published.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Guys have it. And the agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
move approval of the consent agenda and for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Guys have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will go into item 18, Department Commission reports. First item up is fiscal year 2023 budget amendment in the amount of 181,000. Is this going to be ROI, Mr. TD, both?
Mayor and Council, this is a joint budget amendment paid for out of the enterprise fund, but the need arising from the interface of our SCADA system and the city's IT system. So I'll let Dave talk a little bit about the need.
So over the years, we have been working with Lorelai's Public Works team to shore up cybersecurity things across the SCADA system. And this was one of the things that was identified a couple of years ago and is obviously has a pretty large capital impact. But what it comes down to is really looking at how we can isolate our systems, SCADA being operational technology and the rest of the city systems in the event of a crisis, so that SCADA will continue to operate. So that is for best practices, that is for guidance from our federal level, CISA, et cetera. So that's what we're looking to do. It involves a lot of different infrastructure components, servers, network, et cetera. And at the end of the day, systems will operate separately, but still be interconnected with the ability to isolate them completely if a need arises.
And Council, if I could just add, this was an item that was being considered for ARPA funding at one point in time and then was determined not to. So it's been in the works. Otherwise, you probably would have seen it during the budget process last year. It is just fund balance from that standpoint. So with that, Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I assume that we need a motion.
Yes.
Great. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the budget amendment for fiscal year 2023 for the Public Works Department in the amount of $181,000 for the SCADA system security upgrades. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader.
Aye.
Burrow.
Aye.
Borton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries and is agreed to. Thank you. Next item up is item 19, which is discussion of Civic Walk timeline extension request. Have this down for Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
just briefly for the record, I'll continue to abstain, accuse myself from discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, in your packet, the discussion tonight is about the Meridian City Block project that MDC and city has entered into, working on an MOA, and we have a request by the applicant in a letter. It's in your packet dated October 13th, requesting a time extension for that. MDC has taken up this issue. I was at the meeting. I didn't vote on that since I'm on the council, knew it would be coming to this body, but I did hear the discussion, and they MDC commissioners have come up with a recommendation for that. And that is also in a letter to the council dated October 31st. And so we can wade through the details. I think Mr. Lakey's going to be presenting and talking about this and going through that. And I think he's prepared for questions along as Dave Winder, Chair, and Ashley Squires. So I think, Mr. Mayor, that's we can get rolling on that.
Mr. Lakey, thanks for joining us.
Mr. Mayor and council members, for the record, my name is Todd Lakey with Borton Lakey Law, 141 East Carlton Avenue, Idaho, and I serve as legal counsel to MDC. Councilmember Hoagland already introduced our chairman, Dave Winder, National Squires, our executive director. So Mayor and council, I'm not here to advocate on behalf of River Caddis. I'm here to present a recommendation, board's recommendation to this council. I thought I'd start out just with a little bit of history to refresh everyone's memory on what got us here and kind of where we are. The RFP for that civic block project was issued in the summer of 2021 with a due date in August 24 of 2021. We received 3 responses to that RFP. We conducted interviews. There was a committee that was in October of that year, and the committee recommended River Caddis. We had a joint city council MDC board meeting. There were presentations from 2 of those entities in December of 2021. And then River Caddis was selected. We had initial meetings with River Caddis to kind of talk about moving forward in February of this year. And then we proceeded to negotiate the memorandum of agreement. And that involved the city, MDC, and River Caddis. That was completed and negotiated in April of this year. Then we negotiated the purchase and sale agreements. There's a purchase and sale agreement between the city and MDC and River Caddis. And that was completed in July of this year. River Caddis's proposal, as contained in your packet, they are requesting an extension. Their initial proposal, they estimated in their response timeline that was included in their proposal, they estimated selection in October of 2021, and then that they would commence site work 9 months later, which was approximately July of 2022. But it took essentially 6 months longer to negotiate the memorandum of agreement and the purchase and sale agreements between MDC, River Caddis, and the city. So that was kind of a joint effort and delay. But with that, if you stayed with the 9-month timeline that was initially in their proposal, if it's 9 months from the MOA, that would have been January of 23 commencement. If it was from the purchase and sale agreements, that would have been April of 23 commencement. So we have the memorandum of agreement and the purchase and sale agreements that are in place. The memorandum of agreement requires that both the purchase and sale agreements and the owner participation agreement, I'll use the term OPA just to keep it shorter, are to be negotiated and executed by December of this year, or that MOA terminates automatically. So the owner participation agreement, or the OPA, is the document with MDC that relates to the project. And that spells out what they're going to do. It spells out their timelines, and it spells out their reimbursement for the public improvements that are covered. We already have the purchase and sale agreements in place. So it's that owner, or excuse me, the MOA that's requiring that OPA be completed by the end of this year. The purchase and sale agreements that we have, they have built in a due diligence period that started as 180 days. And then there were 3 60-day automatic extensions. So that puts us out to approximately June of 2023 closing. So that's what we're looking at under the purchase and sale agreements. Due diligence largely is in the discretion of River Caddis. Our ability to terminate is essentially based on default. And then there's some financing provisions that are the basis of MDC's ability to terminate. I'll just hit the high points of our recommendation and decision. MDC was willing to pursue renegotiation of the MOA and the purchase and sale agreements with some caveats. And that's our recommendation in your packet. The MOA is a joint agreement. So all 3 of us have to agree. The purchase and sale agreements are tied together. So essentially we need to be on the same page with those as well. But our caveats were, first, that the Hunter lateral, which has been kind of a major component in kind of wanting to be completed even if this project doesn't go forward because it makes the property more desirable for potential development, that be completed during this off season before the water comes back in. So spring of 2023. And that would be a requirement that they move forward with that the city and MDC would have an opportunity to review the projected cost and approve that. And if that's approved, then they move forward. And even if the project doesn't move forward, they still, they could get out of the project, but MDC and the city would negotiate how to reimburse them for that cost. Right now, under the agreements, if they get out of the agreement and pursue that Hunter lateral, then the city is primarily the one that would reimburse them. In the purchase and sale agreement, we wanted a specific date certain for completion of the due diligence, which is the evaluation of the viability of the project. We didn't want that to be drug out for a full year. We recommended a date certain of June of this year, essentially thinking that would be long enough for them to figure out whether it's viable or not. The 1 year would apply only to the closing and then, but also to the commencement of the project. And then there was some brief mention of a potential change discussion regarding the project itself. And we feel if that was a discussion and there was a significant change made to the project, then that would need to go back out for RFP and we would need to put these agreements aside. And then we wanted a specific timeline for that to occur, to propose changes to evaluate whether they're significant or not and accept them or reject them. And then also an agreeable timeline for completion of that OPA negotiation and completion and execution. So with that, Mr. Mayor, council members, that's MDC's recommendation. Again, be happy to answer questions, but this does have to have all of us on the same page or we stay status quo.
Thank you, Mr. Lickett. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
thank you very much for going over that timeline. That was exceptionally helpful and answered a lot of questions for me. Has River Caddis responded to MDC's letter?
I think I'll look behind me in just a moment, but I think it's been a verbal response that they're on board. So yes, Mayor, Councilmember Bro, we have not received a written response, but verbally we understand they're okay with the caveats that we have.
Mr. Mayor, one more question.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you. Do we have a recent estimate of what a reimbursement for Hunter lateral would be? What would be the expectation? Ashley shaking her head no.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Pro, the last one we had, I think, was that 2 million that we all kind of looked at and went, oh, that seems to be a bit high. I think their proposal for the extension talks about going back and continuing trying to refine it. We haven't received one. We have not received a definitive number back. That was part of our caveat to make sure that we got a better number and agreed on it.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks. This was really helpful. I guess I don't really have questions. I have a lot of comments. Maybe one question, I think Councilman Hoagland actually confirmed for me in an email in an indirect way, but I really wanted to understand the timing of at what point during site work the community center is no longer available to us.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Strader, I believe there was an opportunity to negotiate that time frame.
Mhm.
You understand you may need it, and they were calculate when ground was actually going to be broken, but I don't have a definitive time.
So my understanding from an email with Council President Hoagland was that the completion of the Hunter lateral by itself would not render the community center unusable.
Strader, I believe that's the case.
Yeah, so let's assume that that's true. But that doesn't really remove my other concerns. I guess if it's okay, I don't really have questions. I just have sort of comments, but I think the biggest issue that I have is that at the time that we entered into negotiations with River Caddis, the increasing construction cost environment, that trend was known. Maybe not the extent of the trend or the acceleration of it, but that was known. The illiquid financing environment was known. I know it was because I mentioned it. And the increasing interest rate environment was also known. And so I view those as macro level contributors to the reason that this project doesn't pencil for them right now. The biggest issue that I have is that they believe they need a time extension to figure out if it's viable or not, but it's very clear to me that they do not believe it is viable now. If it was viable, we would be moving forward. They made a comment in their letter about changing the project that you alluded to. I find that of great concern. And so the biggest issue I have with this compromise is that we're potentially taking on a large financial obligation for the city that we don't currently have today in exchange for a one-year time extension for a developer when the things causing the project not to work were known. And I don't see anything, at least that they have indicated, that leads me to believe that they will come to a different conclusion after that time extension. So I'm really struggling with it. I'm also struggling because the trend that impacts them impacts the construction cost of our replacement community center. And so the longer that this goes, the costs for our new community center that we will need one day go up at the same time. And so, you know, I'm not supportive of an extension. Personally, I think it's a mistake to grant it. I think if they really thought it was viable, then they would be willing to take on more of the financial obligation around the Hunter lateral site work. If they were willing to do that, if they were willing to absorb some financial cost and put some more skin in the game, that would not be reimbursed by the city. If they walked away, that would be more meaningful. So that's just where I'm at.
Council, additional questions or comments?
Just a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
You know, I just kind of weigh in and just looking at the lay of the land, if you will. You know, back in August, Boise Dev reported and Statesman picked up BVA. It had delayed, they said, for 6 months, construction of their 13-story building down, 2-tower office down in downtown Boise, North 4th and West Idaho. And, you know, CEO Tommy Alquist at the time was saying, hey, the margin for doing this, it just keeps going down and the risk goes up because the costs keep going up. We're just being responsible partners with our dollars. And these are folks who know Idaho, who understand the market, who have probably fairly deep pockets, but they're looking at the costs and the risk and going, not now. Oppenheimer, same thing. It's just their 27-story, they went from 28 to 27, and then they talked about, well, we're going to probably make changes to that project as well. And so, and they hope construction could begin this fall. Well, guess what? Nothing has been dug. So, I mean, it's not one solitary entity saying, oh, we got this project in Meridian, we don't want to do anything right now because we can't make the costs work. I mean, this is where we are in our economy at this time. Now, do we go into recession? Does inflation continue? Is it V-shaped recession, U-shaped? We don't know. And I think that's putting a lot of people on pause. So I don't think the request is out of line to take a pause. I think it's just a business decision do that, along with many others who are doing that. The Hunter lateral we've talked about doesn't need to be done. It's either now or later. We prefer now, and it's going to be done by somebody. And we prefer now just because even if the River Caddis was to walk away from this project, it would still need to be done now. So if we rebid, it's ready to go with a clean ground. So that's something that I think is fine to say, hey, you got skin in the game, you can come in and do that, and need to work that out. 1 year extension, that I think is fine. The due diligence purchase is good. I do have a question for you, Todd, regarding item number 4 on modifications, and trying to go through mentally how that would work. Because if we say, well, we could say, well, we aren't going to decide on if we're going to extend till we know what you're proposing. And so, I mean, that is an option. Otherwise, do we have to extend, say, okay, we'll give you the time extension, but then we want to talk about this. And if we aren't in favor of what they're proposing, then is there a way to terminate the agreement then? So that kind of, if you can walk me through scenarios or the option or what that looks like.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Hoagland, just so I understand, when you say item number 4, it's our caveat number 4, where if they're going to propose some change.
Yes.
See, the way that could work would be obviously to put some kind of time frame around that. Come forward with a change by a certain date. We have the opportunity to review. We all have to agree that it's not a substantial change. Prove that. And if that doesn't happen, then the opportunity would exist to terminate, or them to move forward as whatever the status is of those agreements.
Okay, Mr. Mayor. That's one.
Yeah. So Todd, what I'm hearing is there is a way forward on that, however we decide to do it. So that's, because a change can be significant and it might not be what we or MDC wants to see happen. At the same time, I think it was River Caddis that had proposed the community center there, and we said, no, we decided we changed our mind on that and let's make a change, and they came back. So the one thing that gives me pause on saying, oh, they want to make a change or asking for extra time extension. Nope, we don't want that. We're moving on. What does that make us look like to other potential partners? I mean, we know that the way the landscape is, will we even get an RFP or RFQ for this site? It took a while to get the 2 last time, and maybe there'll just be 1. That's fine. But is there going to be a longer delay? Is there going to be negotiations to say, yes, we aren't going to start till 2024 and those types of things because of the market? So what has that gotten us? But and then to go back to that point about, are we going to be viewed as a partner that's not real trustworthy? We worry about trust with our partners. And I think that's how we have to view it. This is a partnership 3 ways with the private sector, MDC, and the city. So are we being reasonable? Are we being reliable? Are we exhibiting a way to be good partners? Or are we going to be deemed a little dicey when you go into a partnership with the city of Meridian? I don't know. So that's a concern I have about just saying, we're going to start over. Time extension and possible changes? Nope, going too far. Well, the way the market is, I didn't think that was unreasonable. So anyway, just my thoughts on that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I think those are really good thoughts. I mean, the biggest thing I'm concerned about is the sunk cost fallacy, right? I mean, we put a tremendous amount of time and effort into this, and that's not insignificant. So have they. At the same time, a few things have changed that we do know. We have, I think all individually at least, or on some kind of basis, discussed with Steve Sidaway his thoughts on community center, and the cost of that are astronomical. And I'm looking at this like, I don't think the alternative is an RFP again. I think the alternative is, this is the site of the existing community center that we have. And it may be something that we need to make do with, renovate. You know, we may be settling for something that's a little bit less than what we originally anticipated. I think if the financial obligation, if this was a short-term extension because they thought they could renegotiate some of their costs and they had real clarity on changes to the project and the financial obligation to the city was something that was not $2 million, could be less, but not something in the order of magnitude of $2 million. I might be more open in the spirit of negotiation and partnership. But again, I don't think this is just falling on us. You know, they were pretty emphatic in meetings with me that they've never walked away from projects and that during the recession, they honored all of their obligations. And I understand they're not legally obligated at this point to fully produce the project, but some of the issues that are in the background that make this project unviable were in the background at that time. And so that's where I'm having a hard time. I don't think because we put so much effort into it that sticking with it for purely the reason of economic development is a sufficient mitigant to move forward.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman
Councilwoman Strader raises something that's very intriguing with the community center being there and that location. The only thing is that I would want to have discussions with MDC because being in an urban renewal district and the tax implications and the revenue income that expected and all those numbers that have to pencil out to make everything work, that we'd have to make sure if that was a city site, what in the world does it do to that, all that? So that's a way bigger conversation that could be had. And is that one we take up now before any decision on this?
And if I could just weigh in, I mean, I'm not gonna say it's never crossed my mind, but I can say I've never had a conversation with our Parks Director about this being, at least in the last year and a half, 2 years, about this being a location for the community center. So if maybe you all have had that conversation, I have not. So I would definitely want to have that if that's the direction the council is wanting to explore from that standpoint. But even I have not talked about that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Fair enough. Steve has not proposed that to me. I'm mentioning that because that's the bird we have in our hand, right? Like that is the community center we have today, as inadequate as it is. That's what we have. This is the dirt it's sitting on. And I don't disagree that we should have a discussion about the urban renewal and et cetera, but the more I get into this, the more regrets I have.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
I thank you to my fellow council members for clearly explaining some of the pros and the cons and bringing up the pluses and minuses on this. I think you've both shared those well. I have similar concerns as Councilwoman Strader. And for me, what I'd like clarity on, the purpose of this discussion is, I agree with Councilwoman Strader that there were a lot of general knowns, maybe not specific knowns to the applicant, but there were general knowns. And however, a lot has happened in the last year since their application was submitted and the interviews were done. What I don't understand from the letter that they provided is what was the most weighing factor? Is it time? Are they not getting responses from their subcontractors at all? Are they getting responses and they're not what they expected? Or is it a cost issue? Because I have many relationships, clients within the construction industry who would agree that costs have gone up 25+% in many arenas. But the 77% I'm not understanding. And I don't know what the time frame was, if they're talking about from when they did their initial proposal for their project downtown, that was really 4 years ago. So I want to understand what is the weighted factor for them? Because maybe we're not even having a discussion about what their true concerns are.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman.
Councilmember Bro, that's not a discussion that I've had, but Myers is here.
Good afternoon, Ashley Squires from Meridian Development Corporation. I have had that conversation with John and his father, Kevin. So when they put the proposal in, they were estimating this project to be $60 million. Now, how that number came to be about, who knows? And again, it was based on a project that ultimately we didn't approve, you know, with the community center. So my understanding, how it's been explained to me when they came to me in late July and said, we've been trying to cost this out and it's coming in, the numbers are coming in around 90 million. My response was, based on what? Because all we have is a schematic. We do not have construction drawings. They have not started on those. The other concern I had, and I've been very blunt with them, probably maybe too blunt in some instances, but the purpose is they have a design build firm that is based out of Minneapolis that has been doing or obtaining all of the numbers for them. My comment back to them was, so let me understand this. You have an out-of-state firm for an out-of-state developer asking for numbers based on a schematic design. These are not real numbers, period. They're just not. Same thing for the Hunter lateral. That the schematic came in at 2 million. Now, granted, those construction drawings are finished at this point. We have been going through the process with ACHD and Amber Meridian to get the final approvals. We think that number is most likely going to come down. I have alerted John and Kevin from River Caddis that it would be to their benefit to have Land Group, who is the civil engineering for that portion of the project, go out to bid. So we've just been waiting on getting those final approvals to get that number. We do believe that number will most likely be closer to about $1 million, $1.2 million. So we'll wait and see where that actually comes in, but that's how the math has been generated thus far. It's really not based on anything in reality at this time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pearl.
So Ashley, what have they said about, I was of the same understanding, and that's been the concern that I have expressed to them personally and also to some of my fellow council about the out of state, that they are out of state, that they have a firm that's out of state that's collecting numbers. And they may or may not be engaging with local companies here that really truly specialize and understand what the needs are and how to hone down on those numbers for them in a way that is in a correct time frame. Do you think that they can get there in 12 months? And what are they doing differently in how they're collecting information on the costs than what they were doing before?
You do know they are drilling down, Councilwoman Perot, and they are working with, like I said, Land Group, especially on the Hunter lateral portion. I do know that they are working to get better numbers, and they are working on that. But the problem is we do not have design drawings yet. So everything is still based on schematics. And until we get to that point of having CDs, it's just a guesstimate at this point. For example, they gave me a cost per space for the structured parking of $62,000 per space. That is not even close to what is being seen throughout this valley at this time, even with current projects. I have spoken to my counterparts at CCDC and the city of Caldwell who are doing parking structures right now. Those numbers are coming in the low to mid 40s. In fact, we just negotiated an OPA with Galena for Union 93, the first phase, and it was roughly 42,000 per space. So the 62 is just, I think that's just an indication that the numbers are way off at this time.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
While Ashley's up there, question, Ashley, you know, this idea about a community center being located at that site instead, off the top of your head, any thoughts about, whoa, I mean, this is just kind of thrown out there, but does that, I'm sure that has an impact some which way. Is that something we need to explore further?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, I have mixed feelings about the community center, just to be completely honest, because it does take that property off the tax rolls for us. But if it's designed appropriately into the project, I think we can make it work. The challenge will be the parking. And where do we put that parking? And again, that's just going to increase the cost of the project overall. And, you know, the impact on River Caddis ultimately to be able to deliver that parking unless the city has the ability to provide some funds. And that's
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, it was my recollection when we were designing the RFP process, we needed a private entity to build something that could include the community center, so we would have the parking, and then they would include that because they can have the return on the rest of the, whether it's business or apartments, that sort of thing, to make that work, because we don't have the funding to make a big parking garage.
right now, as the project stands and as it is designed, it includes about 85 public parking spaces that are not tied to any commercial or residential parking requirements. I don't know if that would be enough for a community center. I simply don't know. I've heard the numbers that Steve has thrown out in terms of the size of a community center that he would like ultimately. But I don't know if you could retrofit all of this in. And the other thing to keep in mind is, you know, the more parking we need to include in the project, the higher the project goes up. And right now we're at 8 stories.
Well, actually, I don't want to speak for Councilwoman Strader, but I'm going to. What I heard was a community center in lieu thereof, no River Caddis project. So it's not a addition into it. It's that project goes away, only a community center on the property.
That would be detrimental to downtown, to be completely honest with you. Our geographical footprint for downtown is very, very small. That takes away a very key block that has always been envisioned to be a mixed use project of some sort. To take that away, it will damage the Union District as a whole. It takes away our ability to fund a festival street on 2nd Street and to activate truly our downtown the way that we envision. If it's part of a project, I think that's a different conversation. But I think to completely do away with the mixed use, mixed use project, that would harm downtown, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, Ashley, sorry, I wasn't clear on that. That was in
Sure.
lieu of, that was the idea, was to do away with that, just make it a community center.
My apologies.
And that's why I was curious about the tax implications and the funding and all that stuff. And I think you laid it out fairly clearly there. So.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Yeah, I think that it begs the question of if this falls apart and this project doesn't happen and no project happens, and we've created an urban renewal district, what will happen?
Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Strader, we do know we have a developer who is willing to step up, who, if we were to go back out for RFP, they have come to us. They said, you know, if you can make it work with River Caddis, that is great. If you cannot, we are willing to put in a proposal and we will do a project. It will not be the project that River Caddis is proposing. It'll be a different project, but we are willing to step up and do a project for the Civic Block.
Yeah, that wasn't, but sorry, that wasn't really the question I was asking. So we have a community center today that exists. We created an urban renewal district. It's not really being fully utilized. How do you unwind that? Can you dissolve it? How does it work legally?
Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Strader, that would do harm to the Union 93 project. We have financial commitments to that project that is part of the Union District. You also have the Union District that takes on part of the block that is bounded by Maine, 2nd, Idaho, and Broadway that we have financial commitments to right now as well.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Councilwoman Strader.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you saying that. So if, let's say that this project isn't viable, let's say it'd be great if, you know, the folks next door could step in and do something we all really like, but let's say that we don't like the proposal or the conditions in the market make it so that there is no viable proposal. So we'll have an urban renewal district that we've created. We have the financial obligations you just outlined, and we'll have an existing community center on an underutilized piece of dirt in downtown. What will happen?
Eventually, Councilwoman Strader, members of the council, eventually the market will correct itself. The Union District was established in 2020. It has a life cycle of 20 years. So we're 2 years into the district. So to say that we're not going to create something in the next 2 to 4 years is not completely detrimental to the district. It still allows viability for a project to move forward in the future.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Councilman Schrader.
Sure, yeah, I understand, but I guess what I'm asking is, let's say there's no development on the community center site and the rest of the urban renewal district's been created. You still have those other projects that are part of it. Do you need to model it out to see what would happen? I'm just curious what would happen. Like, do we think that without the development of this specific block, the entire district is underwater?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, we only reimburse for improvements for the Union District what is collected through their tax increment. So it will not be underwater. What it will do is it will hamstring our ability to do the public projects that were envisioned for this area.
Right, and so to be specific about those public projects, if you don't mind listing them, so obviously we wouldn't get the things that were attached to this project, right? Like the Festival Street, what other improvements would not occur?
3rd Street would be and Broadway as well. The frontages, the streetscapes surrounding this. 3rd Street, as you may know, is a major collector that is slated to eventually connect Fairview to Franklin. We have not finalized the whole list of projects for this district because we were waiting on this project. As you know, we've been negotiating with 2 different developers over the last 2.5 years to make something happen on this block.
Yeah. And, Mr. Mayor, I'm just
Councilman Schrader.
rattle on a little bit. And so, and I'm just trying to push on where the constraints are because, it sort of begs a question. Okay, if this project's not viable, but then we can engage a different RFP, maybe with a local developer are you okay? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that.
Thank you. Sorry about that, guys.
No, I'm sorry. That's terrible. So if we feel like conditions aren't going to give us a project that we like, and then we decide to RFP a community center expand, like either big expansion of our community center or replacement or whatever on that piece of property, do you feel like because it's only a community center that the same adverse effects would occur because you wouldn't get the same tax increment? Or how does the change from mixed use to dedicated municipal properties does it have that same impact?
I'm not sure if I'm completely following the question, and I apologize. I've obviously misunderstood you several times today, and
No, you're
but
fine.
are you talking about as part of a mixed use project or just standalone at this point?
Either way, I mean,
And like I said, standalone, we get no increment whatsoever. It precludes the development of the rest of the block. There's
Yep.
just not enough room left to be able to redevelop. Especially with Compass VRT will remain, Unbound will remain. It just leaves the parking lot. So that's a challenge for us. If it's part of a project, a mixed use project and built into what we initially envisioned, then it doesn't have the impact that way for downtown.
right.
And I think it can work as a hybrid with public-private partnership. The biggest challenge we had was just trying to accommodate what Parks envisioned for their grand master plan, in addition to all the parking. That in the site's it's pretty small. That's the problem that we just kept running into.
Yeah.
But if that's the direction the council would want to go in order to move forward, I think we could reopen that conversation. I'm looking at legal counsel now saying, is this a change to the RFP decision that we've made?
I don't know, Ashley. I'm just talking out loud because just not to like overly simplify it, but from where I'm sitting, the challenge is we're giving up our existing community center and the same issues around increasing construction costs are going to impact us either way, but we're not getting, the project that we wanted potentially is really how I read their response. I guess we don't have the full council here, but I think we did get some feedback on the record from one other council member. I mean, in the spirit of like how much work's been put in, if people wanted to explore how much it is to redo the Hunter lateral and get more clarity around that, I'm okay with kind of like letting this bob along for a bit to find that out. I have in principle, I have an issue with taking on a pretty large financial obligation when there's just nothing coming from the developer that gives me any certainty that a time extension is going to solve the issue. Like that's really where I'm coming out.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
just one more quick question. So Ashley had said that the design has not been done, and that was, I pulled up their original timetable, and it looks like that was slated to be kind of the third part of their project, pre-construction entitlements and design. Where does that push our timeline? Obviously, they're not going to invest the expensive design until there's some other elements that happen, and I assume executing on the purchase and sale agreement was one of those. And so then if we have this, situation where we need the drawings to get the correct estimates, we have this chicken and egg situation. Is that something then that we could request that they move up in their process timeline? And then is that part of, does MDC want to put a deadline in our response to them for those design documents so that we can get some accurate numbers? It just, I'm really very concerned that we will be a year out and we're going to have the exact same conversation about this is too expensive to build. And now we're a year later, there's a lot of changes that are going to come in the next year. And we really have not made any progress in terms of this being viable. I know we're not going to get all the information right now, and we can only make the decision based on what we have. We just need to know from you what it is we don't yet know because we haven't had individual conversations with.
Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Perot, I think with the requirements or the recommendations through MDC that they begin construction within that 1 year time frame, that they're going to be required to have their construction drawings in order to be able to start to meet that requirement. So I think that's already included without being said specifically, but understand your concern.
So council, we've had requests to wait till we get, the rest of the council back. I'm not sure we're ever going to have them all back. Maybe we just ask Joe when he's going to be gone since he recuses himself. We choose that one. The conversation, I'm not sure we're ever going to have all 5 of you in the near immediate future here. I don't know that for a fact. I don't know if the clerk knows. And I don't know what the timing is in terms of when MDC truly needs an answer on this topic. I'm just going to speak for myself, from my, I probably have had the limited interaction with River Caddis compared to others. I've found them to be focused on getting the project done. I've found them to be truthful and honest in my conversations with them. There's a lot of things that I chose not to do based upon the cost of things in my life and have put them off. And I don't blame others for making similar decisions. The Hunter lateral, I kind of look at it this way. If we were to say we're not going to do it and throw it out there, I don't think the city can do it in the time frame. I think I don't think we could go out to bid and get somebody in under our RFP time frame that it could be done this year. So you're looking at not even being able to do that until the following year if it becomes a city responsibility for anything on that property to do it. I've had issue with 2 million. I have issues with 1.2 million. to be honest with you. I still think that that's a very high cost, personally, but I have not been out looking in the construction market for, what that means. But I'm under the viewpoint that we should continue to try to work with them to accomplish these goals, because one way or the other, I think a lot of the stuff is going to need to be accomplished if we want to see redevelopment of that property of anything. Now, you could say we do the property without somebody else, we put out the RFP, the property's more valuable then. Once you do the Hunter lateral, it's got a higher value, because it's now more developable from that standpoint. So there are costs and benefits, but open to whatever direction the council wants to go, but it's my hope that we continue to try to move forward, because otherwise I think we're delaying ourselves by at least a year on top of not moving forward. Even if we move forward and they can accomplish this, I still think we're back to where we would be irregardless on the back end. My 2 cents.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
At minimum, I really would just like to get a response from River Caddis on the letter that was provided. And I imagine they will watch this meeting, and any questions that they can answer from this evening and the letter that MDC has sent. I'd like to hear that response for myself before I make an official decision on an extension.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, to be comfortable moving forward with any solution that looks like this, I would need to know a better estimate on the cost of the Hunter lateral. So that's a gating item. And, if in the response that Councilwoman Perot has mentioned, they want to look at what they're, what skin in the game they're going to put into the Hunter lateral, I think that would be helpful as well. I take your point, Mr. Mayor. Again, right, it's taking on a financial obligation that we don't have today. And I think it's irresponsible to agree to reimburse for it when we don't have any reasonable cost estimate, and $2 million is unreasonable to me. And I don't feel like the benefit we get from giving a 1-year time extension is worth $2 million at all.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I think one of the things that we also need to make sure we understand is if they want to make changes, or I guess the changes, the plan was good. And we took out the 20,000 square foot community center. So we knew that wasn't going to work. But what changes would they make now? Would we find those acceptable? I mean, that might be something that we don't find acceptable. So I think having that discussion early on in the process before we make a final decision might be the best way to go. I think it also gives MBDC a time to look at things like, okay, here's really why a community center at this site would not work. Just a fully functioning. Ashley, you laid out some things there, but I think just to be able to have time to think that through and reinforce the vision that we have for a vibrant downtown core. So I think that's just some of the things that we need to do. So I think we need to take a pause on making a decision on this. And is there any idea, Todd, actually, Dave, what type of time frame would be acceptable, doable to kind of? And I would invite, River Caddis to also, when it comes back to us, to comment. I would assume MDC would have the discussions with them about potential changes to the project, but then also to talk about schematics versus design and what that looks like and those types of things.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Hoagland, I'll start, and if Ashley has some comments, she can chime in as well. But this is, as I mentioned at the beginning, a cooperative effort. We all have to be on the same page. And we have some of those caveats that we wanted. The city has some additional caveats. That's your prerogative. We all have to be at the end of the day on the same page on those things. So if you have some other items, I think that's within your prerogative and appropriate. I think we could probably get a response back from River Caddis pretty quickly as far as their explanation and Council Member Bro, their responses to some of the issues that have been raised. But even our approval was approval of pursuing renegotiation, not just an approval of a one-year extension. And so that will take some time to figure out what that looks like, what additional items you may want. The hard deadline we're facing is the end of the year for expiration. And we're all running into the holidays and whatnot, so it's probably in all our interests to figure out what and if we're willing to move forward as soon as we can. But totally understand the desire to have some response and have maybe some input from other council. So that'd be my response. Ashley, I don't know if you have anything else.
No, you covered it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I would propose, there's not an ordinance or anything before us, but just propose that we continue this discussion to a time certain, and we can work with NBC and River Caddis and folks, the council as well, to maybe there's some additional things that you want to put forth that you can work on, and then we can meet again and have a further discussion and hopefully come to a decision and that all parties can agree to. So I don't view this as a waste of time. It's just part of the process, and we'll get there. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we'll try to get this back on honestly next week. I don't know who all's here next week or if Rivercast can be present, but I think in order to try to meet the end of the year timeframe with the meetings we have, I don't know that we should be putting it off more than a week at a time. At least if that's our timeframe. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
is it realistic though to get a cost estimate on the Hunter lateral? That doesn't seem, that doesn't seem realistic to me. And for me, that's like,
Is that the only issue you have? You don't have nothing else from
No.
River Caddis that you would like to hear, or?
well, I'd love to hear from them. I probably have
Right,
a
and that's
million
why
questions for
I think
them,
we get
but
as
yeah.
far as we can.
Okay,
I don't know that we're gonna get a good number till someone goes out to bid
yeah.
on it. And I don't know that anyone wants to go out to bid till they know that who's paying for it one way or the other. I don't know if those are the conversations which are a little bit of a question mark. And I don't even know when we gotta go out to bid to get it done by March 15th. Assume that's our date that we have to have this done by. I don't know if you can go out to bid in January and get something done by March 15th. So. To be continued as quickly as we can, for whatever we can, moving pieces by piece. Okay. Council, we're at 5:30. What's your pleasure for this next item? Mr. Hood, is your presentation 20 minutes?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I can scale that way back if you want to spend the next 10 minutes or 15 or whatever you want, or we can look at another date.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
As you know, I've been working with Caleb on this for a while, and I really don't want to have a really short meeting in which we don't get to fully get through this list. At the same time, we have really been wanting to get this on. Caleb and I have been working toward getting this on the calendar for a few weeks now, and for no other reason than there's just been a lot of delays that don't have to do with this. But that being said, is it possible to move it to the regular meeting, or I unfortunately may not be here next week. And so just want to share those if we're making a decision about whether we're but 10 minutes is not going to cover it. Caleb would try with all earnestness. I know he would, but it's not.
Ending up, we can go fast. No, but
Mr. Mayor, with the meeting tonight, we've got one agenda item that's going to go very, very long tonight. There'll be a lot of people testifying, so if that's the only downside of moving this to the regular meeting is that fact. So Councilwoman Perot's gone next week. We'll do it at the next first available meeting that we can. If that's
I'll get with Chris and council president and the mayor. We'll figure out another date. So I would just, if I may, Mayor, I did put a memo in your packet. I don't envision that changing too much. I'm going to essentially work from the memo and the list that is attached. So if you could review that, maybe you have already, that's great. I appreciate that. But that's essentially what will make when we do discuss this, go even more efficiently.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
I can likely make a work session next week. Not sure about the regular meeting, but if we keep it on the work session, I'll be here.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I'm out of town for Thanksgiving next week. So I didn't say anything because I didn't think it was a potential, but I can remote in if we absolutely have to. I can remote in, but I will be out of state.
Well, we'll look at opportunities tomorrow based upon this and the River Caddis, quite frankly, because I don't know that the next River Caddis conversation is going to be quick either. So,
All right, thank you.
all right. Thank you, Caleb.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we adjourn the work session.
Second.
Have a motion to adjourn the work session. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the work session is adjourned. Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is November 15th, 2022 at 6:02 PM. We will begin this evening's regular council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot. Councilman Borton.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next item up is the Pledge of Allegiance, which will tonight be led by the Webelos Arrow of Light Den Cub Scout Group under the direction of Roy Lambert. If you'd like to come forward and lead us in the pledge, if everyone else, please rise and join us. Thank you. Next up would be the community invocation, which tonight will be delivered by David Reese, Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. If you all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection.
Our Father in heaven, we are grateful to invoke thy blessings this day upon the proceedings of this meeting. We're grateful for this Thanksgiving season, the opportunity it gives us to reflect on the blessings which we enjoy. We are grateful for the successful harvest that our farmers have enjoyed this year. And we're thankful for the moisture they received earlier in the year when that was in doubt. We are grateful that notwithstanding the difficult economy this year, that many of our local businesses and families have found success and have grown. We're grateful for that. We're grateful for the mayor, for the city council, for their staff and admin, those who spend their working hours serving our community. And we ask you to bless them that they might serve with equanimity and with wisdom and good judgment. We're especially grateful for our first responders, those who potentially risk much to improve the security and safety of our community. We are mindful of those in our community who may be suffering or struggling at this time and ask you to bless those of us who may be in a position to provide assistance that will be strengthened and prompted to provide such assistance. We now ask thy blessings upon these proceedings, and we offer this thanks in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you. Next up is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move adoption of the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, then with that, we will move into our action items this evening. First item up is a public hearing for the second reading of ordinance number 22 public hearing for the second reading of ordinance number 22-2004, which is accepting the development impact fee study. This is a public hearing. Todd, I'll start with you. Do you have any comments that you'd like to make at this time?
Mr. Mayor, we have no additional comments at this time.
Okay. Do we have, Mr. Clerk, do you have anyone that signed up?
Mr. Mayor, no one signed up online, and Ms. Way is in the back with that sheet. Charlene, if you can hear me, has anyone signed up for the impact fee ordinance? Nobody has signed up, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there anybody present who would like to provide comments on item 1, the ordinance regarding impact fee studies? Or if you're online, you can use the raise your hand feature and we can bring you in for comments. See no one coming forward and no one raising their hand. Council,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
if I could just, if we're talking about, it's public, it's an open meeting, so I'll just make comments. So just really briefly for the scouts in the room, there's a couple things that we're doing in this meeting. One thing is an ordinance, and that's like the rules of the road, kind of the rules of the game. So this is an ordinance that we're talking about, which is going to set forth certain rules in our city. And the other type of thing we're doing is whether or not a particular piece of property can be developed in a certain way. So right now we're doing with the rules of the road kind of stuff with the city to determine whether certain rules should be applied to the city or not. So that's what an ordinance is.
Thank you, Councilman Borton. Mr. Clerk, can you do the second reading?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance accepting the 2022 Development Impact Fees Study, adopting an amended capital improvement plan, repealing and replacing Meridian City Code Section 10712E2 concerning development impact fees, avoiding conflicting ordinances, resolutions, and orders, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, Council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? Seeing none. Do I have a motion to continue this public hearing? Yes, Councilman Hoagland.
I move we continue the public hearing for its third reading on November 22nd, 2022.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to continue this public hearing in the third reading to the November 22nd. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing will be continuing to next week. Thank you, Mr. LeBoy. Okay. Next item up is a public hearing for ordinance number 22-2002, an ordinance amending Meridian City Code 6-2-1, adding definitions of animal control agency, animal control officer. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone certified public testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay. Is there anybody here who would like to provide testimony on item 2 at this time? If you can, please come forward or use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. No one is raising their hand or coming forward on this item. So, Mr. Clerk, could you do the second reading? Oh, this is the third reading. So could you please do the third reading of this, or do, Mr. Clerk and Mr. Neri, do you want to close the public hearing before we do the third reading? So we can take action on it right afterwards?
Yes.
Okay, so council, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro,
I move that we close the public hearing for ordinance number 22-2002.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. Ask the clerk to read ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is ordinance number 22-2002, an ordinance amending Meridian City Code Section 621, adding definitions of animal control agency, animal control officer, animal control shelter, at-risk dog, bite, dangerous dog, euthanasia, justified provocation, physically attack, provoke, and serious injury, and deleting definitions of vicious dog, amending Meridian City Code Section 622 regarding animal control officers, city animal shelter, and animal control agency, repealing and replacing Meridian City Code Section 626 regarding designation and management of dangerous or at-risk dogs, amending Meridian City Code Section 628P regarding failure to comply with provisions and regarding dangerous and at-risk dogs, repealing any conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Thank you. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that'd like it read in its entirety? Seeing none, do we have action on item number 3?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro,
make a motion to approve ordinance number 22-2002.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 22-2002. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Borton,
Aye.
Hoagland.
All ayes, motion carries, and the ordinance is agreed to. That's how we do government at the local level. So there you go for the we will lose. Yeah, exactly. Very exciting, as Councilman Hoagland says. So with that, we will move on to our land use public hearings for the evening. First item up is item 4, public hearing for Prescott Ridge Residential H 2022-0058. We will open this public hearing with staff comment.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This project was heard by the city council on September 27th. You guys actually voted to approve it. And as the legal counsel was preparing the development agreement, we realized that there was an error with the addressing. So we've brought this back forward this evening for you guys to Just make sure we have a clean record and that we can get this DA executed with the applicant. I won't go into all the history of the application. Again, this is just major cleanup. Just make sure the record's clear. Applicant is here to answer any additional questions you may have. And with that, I'll just stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Bill. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Would the applicant like to come forward for any comments? Okay, applicant is waiving their right to make any comments. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to provide public testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, is there anybody present or online that would like to provide testimony on item number 4? If you could come forward at this time or use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. Seeing no one coming forward or raising their hand. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro,
I move we close the public hearing for Prescott Ridge Residential H20220058.
Second.
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it and the public hearing is closed. Councilwoman Perot.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve the request for the development agreement modification to update the existing development agreement, which is instrument number 2021-132713.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Borton, Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is item 5, which is the findings of fact, inclusion of law for Prescott Ridge H 2022-0058.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move that we approve the findings of fact conclusions of law for Prescott Ridge Residential H 2022-0058.
Second that motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 5. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Borton, Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Wow, tonight's going fast. Okay, now item 6. All right. Next item up is a public hearing for Bridge Tower Multifamily CR 2022-0006. We will open this public hearing with staff comments. Mr. Dodson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This one is a lot more of an applicant show than a Joe show, but I'll go a brief overview of where we're at. The original request was for a conditional use permit for a multifamily development consisting of 235 units on 16.6 acres of land, which constitutes a gross density of about 14 units per acre. Within existing R15 zoning, it was 14 two-story buildings and 1 3-story building. Units consist of 26 studios, 131 one-bedroom, 52 two-bedrooms, and 26 three-bedroom units. Planning staff did originally recommend approval of the subject CUP because it was consistent with the development agreement, concept plan, as well as the UDC and the comprehensive plan. At the commission hearing, commission did deny the CUP request based on finding number 5, specifically that the development would not be adequately served by the adjacent arterial roadway McMillan Road. As of 4 p.m., there were 61 entries of written testimony. I didn't read all 61, but I presume there was none that were in positive feedback on the project. But they did note the typical concerns that we hear, especially along McMillan and with apartments, traffic increases along McMillan and Gondola to the west, school capacities, and then property devaluation with multifamily being nearby. I will be here for any questions that the council might have, but I anticipate that most of this will be from the applicant and you guys, but I'm here. So I will stand for any questions if you have any now.
Thank you, Joe. Council questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I did have a question, Joe, and it's kind of specific. So if you need to look it up, that's okay. I saw the ACHD report or response, And there was an executive summary of the TIS included as an attachment. However, it did not include the original TIS. And so my question was, there was specific testimony by the Planning and Zoning Commission that some of the underlying data that went into the TIS was from 2018. And I wanted to know where that came from. You know.
Council Administrator, the 2018 numbers, well, first of all, I have not read the TIS. I do not know if that has actually been submitted to the city because we don't review those. ACHD does. However, sometimes I do get them and sometimes I don't. Frankly, it has some things in there that professionally I just don't know. I don't understand them. But the 2018 data is in the ACHD staff report, and that references the last time ACHD did traffic counts on McMillan, and that is that date. My understanding by reading the ACHD staff report that the TIS the applicant did, which I believe was done by Kittleson or so, or one of the companies that they use often, did the counts on December 21st, 2021. So the counts that they got were newer from the way that it was written in the ACHD staff report. And the ACHD just referenced their last counts for McMillan.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
Councilwoman Schrader.
No, that's helpful. I actually had that they conducted their, that the consultant conducted some of their counts on October 12th, 2021. However, they also noted that it was added to background data. Wasn't clear to me when that data was collected. So if the applicant could address that, if they are addressing us, that would be helpful. But I appreciate you clarifying when ACHD did their most recent traffic counts. That is quite a while ago. That was the only question I had for now. Thanks.
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, all right. And I'll invite the applicant to come forward. As the applicant comes forward, we'll just kind of go over, for those that may be here for the first time or online, the applicant will be given 15 minutes to provide their opening remarks. After that, if we have anybody who's been designated by the homeowners to act as a representative, they will be given 10 minutes, but I don't think we've had anybody from that. All other people will be given 3 minutes. Ask for everyone, because I expect we'll have a lot of people testifying. Please uphold the 3 minutes. So when you hear the buzzer go off, please wrap up any remarks you have at that point in time. Stay at the dais or at the presentation. Council may have questions for you based upon the comments that you made at that time. And then after everyone who's signed up to speak or raise their hand to speak, the applicant will have an opportunity to provide final comments at that point in time. At which point in time will be turned over to the council for their discussion. Whether or not they choose to close the public hearing or not at that time will be at their discretion. So with that, council, anything I missed from your perspective? Okay. Turn this over to the applicant.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm Dustin Holt. I'm a principal and partner at Alpha Development Group. I want to thank you very much for your time this evening. Alpha Development Group has been involved in the development of over 6,000 multifamily developments in 5 or 6 states in the Western United States. Many cities. We've developed everything from 10, 12 unit to the acre townhome product, very similar to what is part of our R15 Bridge Tower concept plan, to density as dense as 185 units to the acre, which I'm glad we're not talking about tonight. One of the key members of Alpha Development Group is Ball Ventures. Ball Ventures has made significant investments in the Treasure Valley, as well as many here, specifically in Meridian City. They've been involved in projects like Topgolf, Kiln, Shills, Seltzer Health. We're grateful for our partnership with Ball Ventures and all that they do here in Idaho. Quick, brief history of this project. 2006, originally a much larger parcel of property was annexed into Meridian City. That consisted of 312 acres. Those multiple parcels were given densities from CG, LO, R4, and there was a development agreement that coincided with that original annexation in 2006. In 2008, there was actually an amendment to that development agreement because there was an amendment to the comp plan. And so they tied some of the language from the comp plan into the development agreement. But really at the time, most of the land use designations and everything associated with that same 300 acres stayed the same for the most part. In 2009, 2010, there was a second amendment to that development agreement. In that instance, 93 of those 300 plus acres were carved out and made smaller. And those 93 acres were given a various mix of zones from CG, LO, CC, and the R15 zoning designation. That's the point in time when 20 acres was given the R15 zoning designation. And concurrent with that was a concept plan for the 93 acres, as well as specifically this 20 acres. In 2019, all of those previous development amendments were rolled up into one new development agreement. As noted here, it terminated 4 development agreements into a single development agreement. It removed several portions of previously stated language associated with R15, including some of the uses that you can see down in what was 0.9, but it removed some of the uses of the healthcare, the senior living, skilled nursing, et cetera, et cetera. What it did do was reaffirm the R15 zoning as well as the comp plan for this property. And additionally, the conceptual site plan was also added into that new development agreement. Fast forward to more recent events. We acquired this property in 2001. We submitted a request to this body to amend that development agreement. I'll click to the site plan that we presented to you all that would have been associated with that DA mod. But there were a couple of key reasons for that DA mod request in our mind. We met with neighbors of the much greater Bridge Tower master plan community. There's grave concern that our residents will utilize the master plan amenities that are in the area. And then they were concerned about a myriad of other things as well, including the original concept plan has a 4-story building out on a hard corridor. So we brought this concept plan before you all in association with a DA agreement back end of last year, beginning of this year, just well, this mouse is squirrely. By the way, I totally failed to thank Mr. Dodson, Mr. Parsons, and Mr. Neri for their time. And Joe, we wish you the best of luck in your new endeavors. So thank you. We appreciate all their support and what they've helped us work through so far. This was the concept plan that we brought before the city council in association with that DA modification. One of the concerns, as mentioned, you'll see as we go through the next slide, there's a 4-story building, or was proposed to be a 4-story building here on this corner. We moved our amenity building here, single story. We moved these 3 4-story buildings more internal, and these were all 3-story townhomes. So we reconfigured really the conceptual site plan that was associated from the previous DA. And ultimately that DA modification request was denied. At the time, we were told by the council to go back and address the concept plan that was part of the DA. And so we did that. So in February and March, we worked through a concept plan. On the left is the concept plan that was tied to the 2019 development agreement. On the right is a plan that we worked with staff on, met with Mr. Neri, met with Mr. Dodson and Mr. Parsons, showed the configuration of the 13 structures as well as the detached clubhouse. We worked through what I'm going to call buildability issues, roads that could actually accommodate a fire truck, roads that had good circulation, met with the fire department, got widths that the fire department would want, and then addressed this building down here to the southeast corner as well. We then took that concept plan to the neighborhood. So we had multiple neighborhood engagements with the previous concept plan. I know you received testimony at that time that they did not want the DA modified. There was concern about us not having our residents utilize the master plan amenities. I'll address that momentarily, but ultimately they expressed their concern about what this site was. We then took that concept plan that I just shared with you to the neighbors. When we originally approached them, we left these townhomes as 3-story townhomes, and we left this T-shaped building as a 4-story building. In meeting with the neighbors, they expressed concerns about that, about those heights, about the density. And so we worked with the neighbors. This is the T-shaped building. We've dropped that T-shaped building to 3 stories in size. As Joe mentioned, we've increased the number of 2 and 3 bedroom units. So our square footage is roughly the same. Our unit count is 235 units, but we've increased 2 and 3 bedroom unit counts for the opportunity for families. And then the townhomes to the north of that, this is that modern townhome. This is a modern farmhouse townhome. And again, as mentioned, we have left this as a 2-story product. One of the comments was if you could give it steeper, sharper roof pitches, make it feel something more like a mansion or a single family home, a larger single family home. And so we looked at these 412 and 612 roof pitches, kept the 2-story product. And that is in the site plan. I think Mr. Dodson did a fantastic job in his original staff report outlining all of the elements as it relates to the R15 zone, the comp plan, and the development agreement associated with this parcel. So as you can see, the density under the R15 and the comp plan allow up to 15 units the acre. We're a little over 14. The max building height for is 40 feet inside of that zone. We're 38 to the top of the parapet on the stacks, and then 34 on the modern farmhouse. Our open space, we're more than double the qualified. Help me make sure qualified open space requirement. Your ordinance reads a little bit different than we've experienced in other municipalities. So we're more than double the qualified open space requirement. And then for the site development, we're proposing 13 site amenities. A big reason for that is to address the adjacent master plan neighbors' concerns. We've got a pool, we have a splash pad, we have a dog park, we have a clubhouse, we have a gym, we have amenities that we really do not want to see our residents go into the greater amenities of the Bridge Tower Master Plan. Once they're here, we want them to have every opportunity to recreate and be here. And we believe we've addressed that by providing more than double the open space required per the ordinance, as well as these 13 site amenities. And then as noted, we've complied with and or exceed the overall parking. One of the concerns we heard was that we would fall short on parking. So we've got 462 parking spots compared to the code of 416. So we've got an additional 10% above and beyond the city ordinance parking requirement. As noted, this plan complies with the current land use, the R15 zoning designation, the DA. We've met and been through the rest of the city's unified code. We've met with the fire department, with the police, public works. We've worked through any of the turnaround issues, fire trucks, circulation, routing, the traffic impact study. I know Councilwoman Strader, you mentioned and asked. So Compass, who is what I understand to be ACHD's third-party consultant, provided background data that ACHD had reviewed. I do not know when that data was provided. And then we did our own traffic study, did our own traffic counts. And I think it's noted twice or noted that 2 different days that those traffic counts were taken from our traffic consultants.
Strader,
sorry.
no worries.
Couple of items that were noted in the planning staff report as conditions. Pedestrian pathways, additional circulation. There was a lot of testimony and concern that residents south of McMillan inside of the Bridge Tower Master Plan had to cross McMillan to get to amenities. The DA contemplates that there will be amenities south of McMillan as part of the greater master plan. But I think there's a trigger of 600 homes being built south of that for some of those amenities to take place. So I can understand that they cross McMillan. You should have tonight received a letter from ACHD stating that they would agree to work with us in adding a rapid beacon signal walkway, designated walkway on McMillan at San Vito. And part of the reason that's key and important is as we worked with the Parks and Rec Division, you have a trailhead that ends right here on this side of McMillan. We are adding a 10-foot in conjunction with at the request of the Parks and Trail. We're adding a 10-foot multi-purpose trail up around the property and along Vincenza Way up here to the north and stubbing for it to then ultimately go further north all the way up to Heroes Park, ultimately as part of the Trails Master Plan. And then one of the requests from staff was to continue to have pedestrian connectivity back to the Greater Bridge Tower. And that's this sidewalk here. Couple of the other items, the driveway connection to Gondola. I think if you'll think back to our first concept plan, we had a conversation about opening that Gondola and San Vito intersection for a connection through straight to Walmart. At your request, that is something that we would be willing to do. We wanted to make certain that we did not trigger a DA modification in introducing that road because it is not contemplated in the original DA in that location. But that is something that we would gladly work with staff on. It's one of staff's conditions and recommendations and is one that we're comfortable with. Staff had a handful of other landscape changing, some minor elevation modifications and a couple other changes. And in the staff report, it says that they believe they could work through that with the applicant. Once this is approved, we are in full agreement that we're confident we can work through those minor issues with staff. I think that for the time being, that will address most of our comments. So if you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer them now. If not, with that, we would respectfully request your approval of this matter this evening.
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
so do you agree that the background data provided by Compass was from 2018? That's what I was trying to get at, is where did the 2018 come from?
I honestly have no idea. I mean, if Paige or Mindy or someone from ACHD is on the line and could answer that, they'd be far better to tell you.
Okay.
I mean, ACHD does have a report and
Yeah.
they've been through our report. And one of the items we understand is the greater transportation improvements that are taking place on Chinden and Interstate 16, ultimately getting down to 84 and some of that. So I don't know if they're taking those matters into consideration. They do have minor modifications or mitigation requests, a decel lane, a couple other things that we've noted we would comply with.
Yep, I know, I read it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Schrader, would you like Christy from ACHD to answer that question now?
That would be lovely, Mr. Mayor. Thank
All
you.
right. Ms. Clerk, if you can bring Christy in, she's got her hand raised.
Mr. Mayor, she's able to unmute.
Okay, Christy, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, council members, apologize, I couldn't see who asked the question. The counts that are in the ACHD staff report are from our system, our traffic counts. There was one in there from 2018. The applicant did, at part of the request for the evaluation for the pedestrian crossing, did an additional analysis of traffic counts that they submitted on, sorry, I've got it on my phone because I can't seem to pull two things up at once, was submitted on October 14th of this year. And it shows that they did an additional traffic count on September 27th, 2022. So ACHD does traffic counts. And then we also, as you know, traffic impact studies come through, sometimes we require the applicant to do updated counts, which this would be the updated count for McMillan Road.
Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, Christy. I have a couple of follow-up questions for you. So based on the additional analysis, would you still agree that McMillan's service level is E?
Mr. Mayor, councilmember, is it Strader? Is that who's?
Strader, yes.
Okay, sorry. On my little screen, it doesn't show who's talking. Yes, we would. The most updated counts that we received there, the counts from 2018 to 2022, there has been an increase. But the PM peak counts are still under our acceptable level E. They're at 747, and the acceptable level of service for a 3-lane arterial roadway is 880. So it still would be better than level of service E.
And can you explain to me how you differentiate between a minor arterial and a major arterial in your service level?
Well, this one is a principal arterial, I believe is what it's classified as. So I mean, it's based on function and volume on what's an acceptable level of service. And McMillan Road is a principal, but it is also not planned to be widened past 3 lanes.
And
So
Chrissy,
it's
true that McMillan will not be widened until at least 2031?
So it is in our capital improvement plan for improvements, which is our 20-year plan. And the current range or forecasted need for improvements is 2031 to 2035. Obviously, we update that plan every 4 years, and it changes depending on development that occurs in the area, and that range could change. But again, McMillan Road, the ultimate build out for McMillan Road is only 3 lanes. So it's when we do build out the road, it's not going to increase capacity. It will be putting in the needed infrastructure of other means, but it's not slated to go any higher than 3 lanes.
Thanks. That's really helpful.
Of course.
And then I have a couple more questions. So the executive summary of the TIS that I read stated that this would cause an increase in total traffic of McMillan by 2025 by 9%. And that feels like a material amount to me. At what point would you update your own traffic count information that you use internally? If a project is of a certain size, is there a certain date at which the traffic count information that you rely on is stale? How do you do that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader. So we regularly update our traffic counts on our roadways. This one is probably slated for an update. But as I said, we also have an updated traffic count from the applicant's engineer, and we sometimes will utilize those counts to update ours. So they have a recent one that was just done in September. So we have an updated traffic count for McMillan Road.
And what does it mean that it is rated E? That says that it's the minimum. It looked to me like that was saying it was I think the wording was like that was the minimal adequacy for that road. Could you tell us a little bit more about what that means?
Oh, I'm not sure I can. I am not a traffic engineer, planner by trade. I don't know that I can probably adequately explain. I know that is our acceptable level of service is E, but going into more details as to the ins and outs of the designations, I don't know that I can get further into that. Apologies.
Yeah, I think what I'm really struggling with, I'm just going to be frank about it, is, we have a huge amount of public testimony that there is a traffic issue on McMillan Road. We're growing a lot. Compass's growth projections of 4% do not align with the growth that the city has experienced historically in its housing stock. The service level E is the minimal acceptable level. And I guess what I'm struggling with is this project is material. It contributes to 9% of the expected traffic by 2025. And it sounds to me like you're saying that the improvements to McMillan, even in 2030, will not increase the capacity on McMillan Road. So at what point would we say, okay, we have approved too much development for McMillan Road's end state capacity? That's what I'm having a hard time with. It's hard to, I'm not sure if I have a question, but I guess if you could just react to that.
Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, I'm not sure what additional information. I mean, we have, there are roads throughout the county that are probably over capacity at this time that aren't meant to ever get larger. We generally, as the network gets built out, as connections are made, there are areas where there's a relief on roadways because our collector network gets built and people take different routes. There's, a conversation to be had over, induced demand. As a road gets busier, people find different routes to take, and that can change over time as infrastructure goes in and there's alternate routes of transportation that can change. All I can speak to is that we do not, and this was something that we work through with the city, with our partner agencies on future plans for the network based on the land use that is identified. And that is where that width and capacity for that road come from. That's why it's limited to just 3 lanes.
Yeah. Does your service level take into account all of the approved development that has occurred in Meridian? Like, do you update your projections based on what we have approved already?
We haven't, we base it on what has been approved as far as approved development, as well as forecasted development based on land use and based on like that growth rate that you did talk about, which does peak and valley frequently. So it is based on, what we have received as approved development. We're talking about like an approved plat where we know there's 50 lots. We know that those are counted in as part of that. And then the projected growth.
And then I guess just one more thing, just so I make sure that I'm super clear on it, because the future build out by ACHD on McMillan Road will not increase capacity. I heard that very clearly. Then the capacity of McMillan Road for a service level E is 880 trips. And this project would take us to 747 trips. So it sounds like any additional development on McMillan Road that would add more than 100 PM trips would take us past a service level E. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Council, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, I will turn this over to you to bring up those that have signed up in advance to provide testimony. And I assume they'll either be online. So when you come forward, please state your name and address for the record. And then when you hear the timer go off, if you could please wrap up your comments. And as reminders, be prepared for any questions from council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to add a couple things. I will be first calling people who signed up via our website early, and then those who signed up in person. If you did not mark that you wish to speak, I won't be calling your name, but you will have an opportunity once everyone who's asked to sign up to speak speaks. And if you are on Zoom and have signed up to speak and your name is not your name, if you can change that or raise your hand when I call your name so I can identify you. There are a couple nicknames that I'm not sure they're them, but first we'll call William Clark.
William Clark, 3670 West Balducci in Meridian. I'll ask you to, Mr. Mayor and the council, to bear with me for just a moment. I'm going to repeat some of the comments I've already submitted to you in writing before, but I'll try to be very quick here. The traffic situation, actually, I want to start off by saying this project should be denied for any or all of the following reasons. First of all, the traffic situation on McMillan west of 10 Mile is already severely overburdened and evidenced by current traffic volumes and congestion. In non-peak afternoon hours, a car passes through the San Vito McMillan intersection every 4.29 seconds. Traffic estimates in the original application are not reflective of current conditions and should be summarily dismissed. The updates that they're referring to are also understated given what the current volumes are. already approved or planned projects to the west on McMillan and its tributaries within 1.8 miles of this proposed development total more than 900 houses and townhomes in 2 to 6 bedroom configurations. These will compound the current traffic issues in a negative manner, and this additional density from this project will only compound those further. There are no capital plans, as already been mentioned, to improve McMillan for another 9 to 13 years, and those won't improve capacity. The mitigation alternatives proposed will not fix the situation. This proposed development will unnecessarily add additional burden to the already overcrowded schools in the area. Previously approved projects already are already applying pressure on the schools. Current school district data shows that in the near term, schools will range from 164 to 215% over capacity without this project. Going from bad to worse can and should be avoided. It'll create additional burden on the existing city resources due to the population density it'll bring to the area. Based on the fire department's annual reports, emergency response times have already decreased 10% from 2020 to 2021 with the existing growth that's there. It'll also create a discontinuity with the existing neighborhoods that are there. Many of us purchased our homes when this tract of land was being advertised as a development for single-family homes. Obviously, that's changed. No project based on the framework and the vision for the city of Meridian can be evaluated in isolation. Ordinances and planning guides explain what may be allowable, but what may be allowable is not always the proper and right course of action. If the pattern established at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting holds true, those of us in opposition to this development will be portrayed as unenlightened, unintelligent, unqualified, anti-growth people. If that occurs, I ask you to disregard that self-serving false characterization, I'll wrap it up, and instead view us as representing our community and as individuals who have already invested millions of dollars in Meridian. We invested here because of what we saw, the vision that was presented to us, and a lifestyle we wish to embrace. There are other ways to develop this plot of land. This is the wrong development at the wrong place. I urge you to deny this application based on the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
quick question.
Yes.
Sir, you had submitted a comprehensive analysis of traffic, different things. I just had a question. You talked about the study submitted by Hales Engineering, and you said it didn't reflect the current configuration of the project as submitted for consideration. And the entrance and exit from the project have changed, as well as layout number of units for the development. So what was he basing that on versus what we were seeing? You're saying it's not the same?
They had 250 units in their original estimations. They were using engineering estimates from an engineering manual to estimate the number of trips that'd be going and coming. That configuration is now down to 235. They're in 2 different zoning designations. I believe they're 220 and 215. And so when you apply different factors, which you should, you get a different number of trips leaving or entering this development. So it's still a significant amount. It still severely negatively impacts the traffic in that immediate area.
Mr. Mayor, follow-up?
So Councilman Hoagland.
Sir, and I want to make sure I got the numbers right. I heard you were correct. He's basing it on 250 units, but this is 235. Did I get that right?
Their original proposal was based on 250 units. It has not been amended to the 235 that currently is being presented to you. That 235 is still a very adverse number of trips, though.
And if you might tell me why the Institute of Transportation Engineers is not a valid use of.
Oh, if you're going to use estimates, I'm sure it's a very valid reference. But I'm comparing those to actual observations that I did on 3 different data points. I did them over 2 months so that I could verify that in fact my numbers weren't one-offs. I've got a degree in mathematics with an emphasis in statistics, so I feel qualified to do that analysis. And and like I say, I find the reality to be different than what's been presented.
Thanks.
Council, any additional questions for this?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you, sir. Your analysis was done during non-peak, right?
Absolutely. Mine was done. I did some days 2:50 to 4 o'clock, 3 to 4:10. I chose those hours basically because that's when the school traffic is affected at that San Vito and McMillan intersection. So it's a very, very hectic time. I submitted a diagram and I don't need to baffle you with my drawing ability, but it kind of shows the chaos that is at that intersection every afternoon during the week. And like I said, I did 3 data points, just to make sure I wasn't prejudicing my data. So
There's some new information. I'd understand if you hadn't read it because I think it was just uploaded. Lucky that I read it myself, but there was a letter from ACHD that they would allow a beacon and an enhanced crossing at McMillan and San Vito. Does that alleviate your concern at all around the school pickup times and the traffic?
it does not. That intersection is approximately 2,000 feet from 10 Mile and McMillan. Every time, even when the school buses stop there in the afternoon, it backs up traffic significantly there. People get impatient. And so I don't believe, and even if you read the pedestrian study that was issued by Hale Engineering, and by the way, their traffic count was not concurrent with their pedestrian counts that they had. The traffic counts were 2021. But they said that the pedestrian traffic there did not warrant, pedestrian intervention. That's because you'd have to be crazy to try to cross that street on foot in the afternoon. So.
Thanks for that insight.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
just to comment, the addition of the crossing in your remarks in writing and today on traffic, I thought it might make sense to for the public that's going to be providing testimony to get some reference, at least from my perspective, on the application and what decision points we have, what we're going to be considering. It might help frame some of the remarks that people provide. And just if I could just have just a minute, and you probably already all know this, but one of the important features of this type of application is what was decided years and years ago. Back in 2008, for better or for worse, right? This property was annexed into the city and it was given an R15 zoning. So, and it's a mixed use portion in our comp plan. So 12, 14 years ago, we had, again, for better or for worse, entitled this land to build in a certain way and give it a concept plan that we've all seen. We saw it again tonight back in 2010. So that's the right that exists for whoever owns this property to build. Again, if that was a bad decision, it's a locked in decision, development agreement, a contract, and a right to do that. In 2021, that came before us because the applicant wanted to change the concept plan, the picture of what it was going to look like. That required the city council to make a decision whether that change should be permitted or whether we should require the applicant to use the same picture, the concept plan back in 2010. And that was the decision we made. So what's different here, and I bring this up because it'll help focus some of the testimony. Now, the applicant is saying, I want to do everything that I was entitled to do back in 2010, and I want to use that old 2010 picture. I want to build it in a different type of design. I want to do the same picture that you told me in 2010 I could do. And that's the conditional use application. They don't need to go to a development agreement. And if it was approved, planning and zoning reviews those, we never even see them. So we would never see today's application normally. So I only bring that up because those are all of the entitled rights. And so it's very narrow when they're applying for a conditional use permit. All of the uses that we're talking about, they're allowed to do. It's entitled property, and it matches the comp plan. So for me, I look towards what are the types of conditions that might be appropriate to place on this type of project to try and address the the valid community concerns. And that's what I think the applicant has been discussing and trying to provide, whether it's amenities or a crossing on McMillan. It may or may not be sufficient to address the concerns, but as you provide testimony, and I saw a lot of good comments in writing, a focus on, are there any conditions that might be placed upon this project as presented that would help alleviate some of those particular concerns. In preparation, we read all of the materials that you all provided, which is very helpful in guiding our decision there. Your public comment today will be helpful in guiding it, but it is a little more narrow review for us than a blank slate and whether this project as designed should go forward at all or not. A lot of those decisions were made a decade ago. And again, you probably already all know that, but it might be helpful to help focus some of those suggestions. For me, at least, the comments focusing on those will be super helpful. And I only bring it up because the crossing is an example of a type of a condition placed upon a conditional use permit request. Doesn't necessarily alleviate all the concerns, but it's an example of a condition. So hopefully that's helpful. I just think you kind of want to know what decision-making process we use as we consider.
Am I permitted to just ask one question?
Yes, sir.
So am I to understand then that if conditions, a decision made in 2010 and conditions are to significantly change, that is an irrevocable decision and that cannot be changed? Is that what I should understand?
Would you like our city attorney?
I'll answer briefly. The things that can't be changed are, the zoning, the right to use and build it in a particular type of density, for example, as they presented, for example, right? So they've got a right, which we can't take away, to do what an R15 zone allows. So it is more a nuanced level of discretion for us in a conditional use permit.
And then as further education for me, R15 can be spread out over the open space because their 235 units are now on a 9.83 acres, which is about an R23.9 by my math. But are they allowed then to spread that over all the available space by definition?
Mr. Mayor.
I'll probably have our planning staff answer the specifics of that portion of code.
Yeah, Mr. Joe?
Yes, great question, Mr. Clark. Yes, they do. Our code our density is based on gross density. And so, yes, that's the total property as it is configured when they submit the application. You also have net density. We don't use that as our basis of the maximum densities or minimum, depending on the code. So that is the way it is written. Yes, sir.
Thank you for indulging me.
Mr. Neri, would you like to add anything to the background that Councilman Borton provided?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, maybe to put an additional point in Councilmember Wharton's comments, you have to think of this in the sense that this property is entitled to a certain use subject to conditions. Those conditions aren't denials unless no condition could ever make this property usable. But your other question that you asked a second ago about conditions have changed in the area. Theoretically, every council since this has been approved knows this was going to be there and approved those projects subsequent to this one, knowing full well this is already entitled. So the fact that conditions may have changed in the area by growth and other development that's occurred over the last 14 years isn't really that relevant to this project because it's already entitled. They're allowed to build to the level of density that they were originally granted back in 2008 and then again redone in 2010. So that's what the conditions are. And as Councilmember Wharton pointed out, the traffic signal crossing is one method to alleviate those concerns. Phasing could be a way to alleviate concerns potentially. They added more amenities as a way to alleviate concerns that were raised about how the amenities are going to get used in the adjacent properties. So that's the type of conversation the councils really can consider in regards to a conditional use, different than an annexation, different than a new development that has no entitlements yet.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schreier.
I have a question for Bill. I think Kurt was walking through the acceptable decision points for the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision. And I believe there were 5 or 6 of them. And I think one of them was that the proposed use would be served adequately by public services and facilities. And so a question that I have is the Planning and Zoning Commission's motion was based on safety and infrastructure being inadequate at this time. I'm quoting from the minutes. So in your mind, does that encompass all of the concerns around schools, traffic? Are each of those an independent concern?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, so there is a whole list, you're correct. And just for the record, it's UDC section 11.5B6E. It does lay out that, and I will read from what you just stated. The proposed use will be served adequately by essential public facilities and services such as highways, streets, schools, parks, police and fire protection, drainage structures, refuse disposal, water and sewer. So it's asking you as the council or the commission initially, that as a whole, is it adequate? And what does adequate mean? Well, again, that's a decision point for this body to make on what is adequate. And again, are there conditions that could be placed on this project that would allow, if you feel it's inadequate, for it to then become adequate at a certain particular point in time? So that's really the focus of what a court's going to look at, is what is the conversation, discussion, and findings of, if it's inadequate, what conditions then could we possibly place on this to help rise to that level? Not simply a denial because it's inadequate, but more of a, well, what else is there to do that? Unless findings of this council is there is nothing that can be done, which has happened before, where they've made a decision that said there is no condition that could help meet this. Here, I don't know what that is, because again, you haven't really had a lot of testimony yet, but that's kind of the avenue that I think you need to focus on.
Mr. Mayor, one more.
Councilman Schrader.
And is the scope of our decision tonight whether the Planning and Zoning Commission's ruling was a correct basis? And then if it was incorrect, we would have a de novo hearing about this entire CUP? Or is our decision tonight the entire CUP?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, so it's a de novo hearing. So it's a new hearing. Basically, so the Planning and Zoning Commission decision right now is simply a recommendation and no longer a binding decision on this council.
That's super, thanks.
Again, I would just ask you to evaluate the data I provided and make your decision accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carr.
Mr. Mayor, next is Ray Lloyd.
Mr. Mayor,
Issue.
if I may real quick, just because Mr. Clark brought it up, and again, I do not want to go against what he said at all, but I did want to just clarify between traffic counts and traffic generation so that the public is clear as well, that when a TIS is done and the whole engineering book that everybody uses for the generation, that would be for a proposed use, and it's estimations of what the proposed use is going to use. So yes, they do use estimations for that. However, the traffic counts are not estimated traffic counts. They are based on actual physical traffic counts that were done. So I just want to clarify that point, because they are two distinct numbers between the generation rate and an actual traffic count for an intersection, as an example. So
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
and I apologize, sir, because you walked up here, so don't go anywhere. So a follow-up question. So when Christie said, according to the new analysis on October 4th, whether it was October 14th or September 27th, that it would show the PM trips at 747 trips and the acceptable level of service is 880. Does that mean that those are the trips happening today and that does not account for future trip generation by approved development?
Councilwoman Straight, I don't know, because I don't know if they included an estimated generation in that count, just because I didn't see this study. I didn't see the actual numbers. I
Mr.
don't know that.
Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
if Christie's still with us, I'd love for her to answer that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, I'm looking at that report again, I just got it today as well. Let me read through this and I will get back to you.
That would be really great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Name is Ray Lloyd, 5281 North Paleo Street, Meridian. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address my elected officials and my major concerns obviously property values is always an issue, but what really concerns me is the traffic on Gondola crossing over McMillan. I don't see it in the afternoon because I work until evening, but in the morning when I leave, thankfully the speed limit was dropped maybe a couple of years ago from 45 to 40, which is more appropriate. But that means that everyone's doing 50. So, and as they're flying down McMillan, right at Gondola is a pickup point for children. I'm not sure if it's buses or what it is, but they wait right on the corner. I have been witness to many accidents, not there, but I can only envision an accident happening in that intersection, and those kids are just, they're like targets. That's my major concern and what I want.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I know it wasn't the total focus of your testimony, but I've heard a lot about this comment about concern about property values. I'm having a hard time a little bit with that argument just because like these look like Class A apartments, and townhomes. They're not, I guess, is there a more specific concern around that you want to articulate? Or is it just kind of a general feeling?
It's a stigma that goes with high density. It's a mindset. We have a very nice neighborhood that has kids running all over the place, and the additional traffic coming into that is going to discourage those kids from being let to go as far as they can. And in today's world, most kids don't go outside, but in our neighborhood, they do. And I fear that a dangerous traffic situation is going to someday turn into a different traffic situation.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment. I understand the traffic concern as a parent. As a parent, you don't want to have a huge increase in traffic in your neighborhood. But I think it is really important to sort of dispel the stigma around apartments being inherently bad or high density housing being inherently bad. I think it depends a lot on how it's done. And, this looks to be a very highly amenitized complex with a lot of facilities for families. And so it's just a general comment for the people that are going to testify, but I would just be really careful that we're not stigmatizing people who live in apartments. There's a need for housing. Unfortunately, not every, it's just reality. Like a single family home isn't workable for everybody. And we have an affordability issue in Meridian. And so, we've got to balance that. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Like I said, it's a state of mind. It's not necessarily a fact.
Councilwoman Pro.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm just curious if you and anyone that chooses to testify this evening has had conversations already with the school district about safety issues at the bus stops, or is there just an anticipation that this new complex would create those? Are you currently having challenges? And or are you expecting new challenges? The estimated amount of students for this, I think, was around 94, 95. That's not an enormous amount of new students compared to some of the developments that we've seen that have come in. So I don't know that just the student generation is necessarily all of a sudden cause all these issues that don't already exist with bus stops and safety and whatnot. So if you could help us understand, is there a current problem that you expect that's going to get worse? And if so, has West Ada been notified? Because they're pretty good about listening to those kinds of things in terms of they're routing their buses and take those, concerns really seriously. Or are you just assuming that there's going to be a challenge with the addition of the students to the area?
It's well, not just the students, but again, going back to the traffic, it's a challenge to get across now because the McMillan traffic is flowing so fast that you have to be aggressive to get across. Now you add additional tenants coming from dumping out onto Gondola. backing that up. Now you're waiting longer and longer, and people are going to get more and more aggressive trying to get across McMillan to see it as a real.
Thank you. And just for the community at large, I've been in conversations with our police chief. I think you're going to see a lot more proactive enforcement throughout the community of speeding and other things. So this is your warning. If you are one of the people that is driving fast on McMillan, you may want to reconsider that moving forward. So anyways, Mr. Clerk, next up.
Mr. Mayor, next is Athena McAdams.
Mr. Mayor, members, I'm truly thankful that you're here to hear us. I'm just here to give my personal thoughts. I'm not very good at public speaking, but I am a simple person who believes that a diverse community is a strong community. I normally don't have any issues with apartment developments. I know that not everyone can afford, would choose, or need to live in a 5-bedroom single-family home on a quarter-acre lot or more, as Councilmember Strader had said. In fact, my husband and I, in our first 5 years of marriage, have actually lived in basement apartments or in duplexes and townhomes, and all of which were rentals. They were actually wonderful places to live for us at that time. That being said, they were also developed in areas that could support those types of developments. They were in low traffic areas or built next to wider roads. I am also a firm believer in the saying that there's a right place at the right time, and there is a place for everything, and everything has a place. Because McMillan was said to be widened, and obviously, as Christy had said, not really widened enough to expand to more lanes to help with flow of traffic. I feel that adding the apartment buildings before that is done would be adding to the already traffic issues and causing chaos during the construction. This plot was originally zoned R15 to accommodate assisted living community. Seeing as how that plan fell through and will not be an option now, I feel the developer really needs to think about what would be best for the community and the communities surrounding the area. I understand that this plot will also not work for single family homes either. It would be best for a bumper community with buildings such as townhomes or even 6 or 8-plex buildings. I have seen many other developments closer to Ustick and Meridian Road that have just townhomes and 8-plex and 6-plex buildings, and the traffic is not there. It's very quiet, and any time that I have driven through those areas, and they are very lovely, beautiful buildings. There are already large apartment buildings going up by Costco and across from Black Cat. We don't need to add more to the chaos already happening now. 235 units mean there will be at least that many cars added to the traffic. And most households tend to have at least 2 vehicles. A lot of the children that have to cross McMillan now, as we have addressed, have a hard time getting across, so they have to actually be driven across McMillan, which adds more traffic to that intersection. To sum up my point is that the issue of McMillan really needs to be addressed before any more development is added to the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McCann, can you state your address for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is 5552 North Assisi Avenue.
No problem. Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I don't have a question. I just wanted to reiterate Councilmember Borton's comments about us. We're not here to approve whether apartments can go here. We can't at this time say, no, you can't build anything. So just want to clear that out for you, that we're not in a position to deny building residential on this project.
Well, no, I understand that. It's more of that I feel that 235 units is still too many units. And the school now, my son is in first grade and they've already had to split the first grade classes because of the students being added to the schools now. So adding more units that will include families with children are going to increase that even more. I don't think Pleasant View Elementary can handle that capacity.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you for sharing that. That kind of information is helpful for us. Do you have an idea in mind of what you think is a sufficient amount of units, just out of curiosity?
I'd probably say at least under two, or at the max under 200 units for sure. And it doesn't seem like going from 250 to 235 is enough. Only 15 units doesn't seem like it makes a big dent in the in the situation. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Dan Buffum. Dan's online, and Dan, you should be able to unmute.
Yep. Hello. Thank you. Yeah, I would like to probably start. I sent an email and I'm not going to reiterate.
Mr. Buffum, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, sure. It's Dan Buffum. It's 3554 West Balducci Street, and that's here in Meridian. So yeah, I sent an email, and I'm not going to reiterate all that, but I encourage you to read all the 65 submitted emails by those of us who couldn't attend there in person. I want to address mainly the traffic that Councilwoman Strader's and Councilman Borton's comments. I want to concur with my neighbor, Mr. Clark, and contest the validity of that study and on several different facts. I'm the CTO of a global software engineering company. My house is the Keystone lot. I look directly at, right outside my second story window here at my office, I'm looking at the corner of Vincenza and McMillan. I watch traffic. I work 12 to 14 hours a day. I even have a camera watching that intersection at all times because there's constant accidents there. I've witnessed accidents, near misses, speeding, all these things. And we keep talking about traffic and we talk about 2010 plan and we can't change it because it's an R15 zone. Well, Walmart wasn't there in 2010. We could argue, I think it was either Councilman Borton or Hoagland said it's R15. We theorize that, we take it in account to all of these things that are going to come up. Well, theories are probabilities, right? Things that could happen, right? They're not fact. It's not reality. You need to be able to understand and take a look at the situation today. What may have happened in 2010 could not have possibly be envisioned 12 years later. I would argue that point, even if you looked at it, did you look at the big picture? The Planning and Zoning Commission, this is their job. They do this day in, day out. You guys, you understand, a lot of what they do, and we have this constant discussion about traffic. Well, I can tell you, I've watched people do 80 miles an hour past my house on a constant basis. I'm watching right now. I can count them almost verbatim. One every 1.5 seconds, cars passing through here, and it's 7 o'clock at night. There is a line that goes almost all the way back to Black Cat in the mornings. It's coming past this. These studies that they've done, these may have stood there with a counter and counted, but they for a few hours on one day and another on another day. Our parents and families in this neighborhood, we will not cross that. So you can't call that valid. The foot traffic going across there, nobody's going to go across there because it's crazy. Right, the traffic coming in. Did we think about the industrial park that's to the north of Walmart that's already designated to be built back there? All of that traffic comes through here. We walk our dogs twice a day, and I can't tell you how many times people have used, because you can't make a left turn coming out of Walmart onto McMillan, have used our entrance on Vincenza into this Bridge Tower community as a U-turn. And
Mr. Buffum, if you can please conclude your comments.
Sure. And bottom line is I've read all these documents. They have 144 page thing submitted, narrative submitted by a lawyer. We don't have lawyers, right? We have you and we have our voice. And I'm just asking you that you listen.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Joe.
I did have one comment because Mr. Buffin reminded me. There was a couple things that I had read in the written testimony regarding the project to the north. And that there were another 185 lots approved for one example, which is not true. That city council denied that, or sorry, the commission recommended denial of that application. That was removed over a year ago, if not more, 2 years now, I believe. So I did want to clarify that there are no more residential lots approved north of this within the commercial area. And secondly, the area to the north does have the same concept plan that we've seen approved on it. And yes, they could theoretically construct a big box store commercial in that area without having to go through any approvals of city council, other than maybe a DA mod just to update the concept plan. But again, it's already zoned to CG largely and CN. So I did just want to clarify that for the public as well as the council, that there isn't necessarily something in the works on that site to the north, the larger 60 acres or so.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Gabriel Astorga, and you should be able to unmute.
I apologize, I didn't sign up to speak, but all my concerns are being reiterated by my fellow neighbors. So I won't waste the council's time.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Cameron Smith.
If you say your name and address for the record, please.
Excuse me, yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Cameron Smith. I live at 4122 West Philomena Drive in Bridge Tower West. Thank you for letting me speak. I'd like to start off by saying that I'd like to look for some common ground with the applicant, so this could be very short. By common ground, I would like to join in thanking Joe Dodson for his work on this particular application and this job. And I understand Mr. Dodson is leaving. And what the applicant and we might have common ground talking about is the need to improve the Planning Commission staff. I'm not saying we don't appreciate them, because we do, but there's just some issues that have come up. I mean, we don't have to go as far back as item number, I think it was 4 or 5 on tonight's agenda, where there was a wrong address, as I understand it, which required renoticing the hearing, the time it took for the council to vote. There were no comments on it. But I just think that there could be improved quality control at the planning staff. I think people, maybe Mr. Dodson is leaving, who knows why? Maybe he's getting paid more. Maybe he's going to be in a position where there's less stress. There are lots of recommendations. I'm not an organization expert, but some of them that come to mind is to either hire more staff, pay them better. Personally, I don't think the staff should make recommendations. I think they should do their report with a list of pros and cons. Maybe there should be 2 people assigned to every project, because just as a quality control measure. Maybe a manager should have to sign saying that he's reviewed everything and that the information is as accurate as it can be, because you all need accurate information, as is the commission. You can't make decisions if the factual information is incorrect. That's really the end of my comments, except for one thing. I think the number one job of any local government is safety. If I were in your shoes and a child got hurt because there were 450 more cars trying to get across McMillan or going down Gondola, I couldn't sleep at night thinking, well, at least the 2010 zoning commission or zoning is correct. Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your comments and recommendations. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
maybe a question. So I'm the city council liaison for the planning department. And I just want to say I couldn't have a more opposite view on the quality of that department from what I've personally experienced. Do you have an example of something that's inaccurate in a staff report or something specific that you could point to?
Well, unfortunately, yes, I do.
Okay.
I mentioned the item number 5 on the agenda tonight that was on the agenda because there was a mistake in an address.
Got it. Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I meant specific to this application.
Thank you. Well, I did, in fact, I spoke to Mr. Dodson about this earlier, but I did, I don't know if you have them in front of you, but in the file before the Planning Commission, there were 2 documents. One called an affidavit of legal interest, and the other called, I think, a special warranty deed or something like that. I do have copies of both of them in front of me. If you look at the affidavit of legal interest, it starts out by saying that an entity called Bridge Tower R15 Owner LLC is he states, I am the owner of the property. I believe I heard the applicant say that they own the property. I cannot tell from the affidavit of legal interest that the applicant owns the property. I can't even tell you that this is a valid document. It has no authenticity as far as I'm concerned. It's undated. It's signed by a signature I can't read. It's supposedly notarized by someone in Salt Lake County, but the notary jurat is absolutely blank. I can't tell if this is a valid document or not. If you look at the warranty deed, which I'll try to find it right here. The warranty deed is not signed. It's not dated. It's not notarized. I could have turned something like this in, a deed from me to you, granting you the ownership of the property. It has no substantial validity. That's an error.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
respectfully, sir, none of that is staff analysis or staff work product. I'll ask the applicant, it's up to them if they want to address that question about who the legal entity is that owns it, and they could clear that up for you. But I just want to say, you know, our planning staff processes a huge volume of applications, and certainly we want to support them with the resources that they need. But to see a small error like an item that needs to be reheard because of a noticing issue, I think I could count on one hand the entire time I've been on city council that something like that has happened. So I think it's really important. It's easy to pick on like one little thing and be critical, but these guys are working their tails off, and I care about the analysis. Like if something in the analysis is incorrect, like it doesn't meet the comprehensive plan, they overlooked a huge section, like I want to hear about that. But I respectfully disagree. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Neri, but none of those documents are created by our staff. We upload everything that we receive because it becomes public record. So the clerk oftentimes gets those documents and uploads them. And while staff looks at them and refers to them, they're not created by staff and they're not approved and they're not reviewed for accuracy. That's not the staff's role. Do you have anything to add?
Sure, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So Mr. Parsons and Mr. Dodson actually asked this very question to both myself and my deputy. We reviewed those. The purpose of that provision of our code is to be sure that the people that are applying have the authority from the property owner to apply for it. They're alleging they do. If they don't, the property owner is going to tell us that. We're going to find out through the multiple hearings, mailings, noticing, signage, that if the property owner doesn't approve of this project, in the 20 plus years I've been here, only once has a property owner ever come forward and said, I'm now withdrawing my approval. So we did review those documents. They are adequate to meet our code. They pass legal muster for our needs and they meet the requirements of our code. So those are not errors, sir. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Dodson.
I would just like to, I did have this discussion with Mr. Smith as well, because he brought this up, and the ownership listed in our GIS and the ownership on the affidavit of legal interest did change, and understood why there might be any confusion there. And because of that, I did ask the applicant to provide an updated legal description for their deed, and they have. So that has been updated in the record. So it does show Alpha Development R15 LLC or whatever the specifics are for the LLC. And the applicant even went so far as to show me who the signatory delineation is for who can approve and sign off for the, I guess, to allow the application to be heard. So I understand the concerns of the public for that, but we did address that.
Thank you, Joe. Councilman Schrader.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. And, one of the most important things in Meridian is our level of customer service. We want to make sure that we're following up on concerns. And I am glad, and I'm sure you would agree, that that follow-up did happen. It sounds like there was some confusion, but sounds like you did a great job. Thank you.
Okay, council, any additional questions? Mr. Smith? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, next is Robin Moore.
If you say your name and address for the record, please.
3604 West Balducci Street, Meridian, Idaho. I understand that the lot was rated R15 based on years ago, but it was also based on the projected use at that time, which was a senior facility, which would have had no impact on the schools and a much decreased impact on traffic, because most seniors do not go to work in regular hours and aren't impacting the regular workforce timelines and the traffic flow. We try to avoid that. So I don't understand why that's not an issue, why that isn't taken into consideration. I mean, they've kept the same footprint, but as we heard tonight, that estimate is about 94 more children, and yet there's no playground on that site. Something seems off. Shouldn't the change that this is going to now be a greater impact to traffic in schools be taken into consideration? That's my question.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Pro.
Indeed, it should. And that's why we have updated information from the school district, updated information from ACHD. The applicant's done their own studies. So the traffic counts and the student generation counts have been updated, were updated for the consideration that was made by the planning and zoning staff.
Right, but they're already saying the school is over capacity. So now we're adding another 100 students when it was ideally, the R15 was approved years ago, was never counted, was not taken into consideration. So when you talk about this was already approved, kinda, not exactly, not with the increased traffic, not with the increased students. So something is not quite adding up, is my issue.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
if we could just have staff chime in. I think the disconnect is a DA modification that occurred in the past that removed the requirement for it to be an assisted living facility. Could you please comment on that?
Councilman Strader, thank you, and great question. And I understand the confusion. I was confused when I first got these projects for this site as well, because there's been so many development agreement modifications, and it takes some digging to really get into it, right? And Really, the only thing remaining from that original is just the picture, just lines on a piece of paper. Nothing about the uses are still included in the development agreement. None of the language regarding that, none of it. The only, well, I should say the two things. One, the site plan generally, and then two, the zoning, because that cannot be revoked, as we have noted. So those are the only two things that I guess are within the DA for this site. So that's why they're allowed to develop it under the R15 regulations, consistent or generally consistent with that approved site plan, which again, boxes on a piece of paper at that point. It's not any kind of predetermined use other than what's delineated for R15, which is residential, and per the future land use designation, which is 6 to 15 units per acre. So again, there's a lot of room there.
So when it was denied in February by the council for being too dense, we're back to the original one that was designed for the senior living.
Okay, let me be more clear. So the one that was denied would have changed the site plan and been more consistent with whatever they had proposed at the time.
Right.
So it went back to the site plan from 2019 and that DA, which removed all of the provisions from 2010 and just kept the site plan. So again, right now, currently, as was denied, or I should say, still kept in the record from in February of this year, was the project from 2019, which is again, just the site plan and the zoning. Nothing to do with senior living, nothing to do with what necessarily type of residential, whether it's single family, et cetera, just R15 zoning and the DA site plan.
And Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strayer.
and Joe, when was the DA modified to remove the requirement for it to be assisted living?
Yeah, Councilwoman Strayer was a 2019 and Summerwood subdivision, I think it was Summerwood subdivision DA mod.
Got it. Thank you. And so before the time of some on this council.
Okay. We're also called Bridge Tower West. Bridge Tower is a different subdivision. So I'm kind of confused when you keep referring to it as Bridge Tower because that's somewhere else. Bridge Tower is actually to the east of.
Very fair. That was, so when we say it, that's because all of this big giant area around that McMillan and 10 Mile intersection was originally one kind of master plan project. And Mr. Parsons probably has a way more history on that than I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Craig Bach.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Craig Bach. I live at 3894 West Viso Street in Meridian in the Bridge Tower West community. This has been said several times tonight. You know, the commission shall base its determination on the conditional use permit request upon the following. In the point 5 is the proposed use will be served adequately by essential public facilities and services such as highways, streets, schools, parks, police, fire protection, drainage structures, refuse, school, water, and sewer. And respectfully, I'll say that it's not about pools. Okay, it's, for me, it's about schools. Okay. In the original conditional use permit application, the West Ada School District, you know, they commented and they stated that not considering the proposed project, the area schools are projected at capacity for elementary schools and above capacity for the middle schools. You mentioned the 94 additional school age children. That is in the record there as well. And this is without considering that 94. Okay, so they're already at capacity or above capacity. The 94 will put additional stress on that school system that's already stressed. So on that point, it's contrary to number 5 alone, on that point alone. Okay. I question the pedestrian study counts because I ride with my children to school every day, weather permitting, of course. Every day I ride across McMillan with my 2 school-age children. We ride bicycles and we would have crossed the the west leg McMillan. And in their counts in Appendix A, I can clearly see my school-age children and me going to school and me returning at 8:30, 8:45 a.m. But on the return trip, it's curious, or on the pickup trip, when I pick them up 3:15, I don't see me there. It's zeros. And I know I dropped them off, so I went and picked them up. And so there should be additional counts there. So I put into question, in fact, it's zeros from 3:30 p.m. all the way to 6:45 p.m. And you've heard how busy that intersection is with pedestrians, school pickups, bus stops. I find it hard to believe. It's very suspect, honestly, because I was there and it doesn't show me as being there. So the other thing I want to talk about.
You can wrap up your comments.
Okay, there are the question of crossing at McMillan and San Vito Way was addressed in the Pleasant View Elementary conditional use permit in comments by the ACHD then in 2018. And I'd like to read that if I could have the time to read that to you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'd love to ask a question.
Okay, your time is up. Councilwoman Schrader, ask a question.
Yes,
Would you please read that? Thank you.
thank you, Councilwoman. This is out of the Pleasant View Elementary School Special Consideration for School District Facilities, September 2018, Pedestrian Plan, Offsite Pedestrian Accessibility. While sidewalks are present along Gondola Way and San Vito Way, there are significant gaps in sidewalks on McMillan Road, Black Cat Road, Shinden Boulevard, and within the typical 1.5 mile walk zone. And again, I cut off part of the paragraph here to shorten it. And then as the area builds out, the sidewalks are provided, pedestrian activity is anticipated to increase based on the development patterns within the future walk zone areas. The following is recommended, and this is the build out zone across from McMillan where I now live. San Vito Way, McMillan Road, consideration for the future pedestrian hybrid beacon, PHB, to serve future north-south pedestrian crossing from the neighborhood that is just starting to be developed on the south side of McMillan Road. The pedestrian crossing volumes are not expected to meet MUTCD guidelines for a PHB at opening of the school, but are expected to increase the development as development occurs south McMillan Road. A PHB would not be needed if traffic signal was installed in the future. And that sentiment is repeated several times throughout the ACHD comments to the Pleasant View Elementary School CUP in 2018.
Thank you. Councilwoman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Bach, right?
Yes.
So I'm sure you saw, that, or maybe not, because it was kind of last minute, but there's a letter stating that ACHD will now support the installation of a PHB, like a beacon and a crossing at that intersection. So does that alleviate your concern, or was your point, what's your takeaway from that?
Well, one, I'm confused as to why it's even a question at this point, whether they support it or not. That's a little confusing to me because it seems like that decision has already been made. So I'm a little, I guess, apprehensive at accepting it on its word. The other thing is that I think the applicant mentioned a rapid beacon, which is not the same as the PHB. And, the PHB is designed for, a much more traffic volume. And that's what was recommended here.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Right. And so, and this is something to keep in mind, right? So it sounds to me like from reading everything that the applicant would support putting in that crossing with a PHB. It sounds like they've done some legwork in getting ACHD on board with that, which is hard. I'm sure our council could require it now as part of this as part of the CUP. And so if this development doesn't happen, then it wouldn't. And so does that sort of change how you look at the application.
Yeah, if I were given more time, I would have thanked the applicant for actually supporting that piece.
Yeah.
Okay. And also, that's just one piece of my testimony. The other piece is the overcrowding of the schools. So, yes, it
Understood.
does alleviate that one concern.
Understood, sir. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things, right? You have gaps in sidewalks, but we want things to develop so we don't have the gaps, but a lot of issues. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just want to make sure on the record, from the letter I read, it says ACHD would allow a marked crosswalk with a PHB to be installed on McMillan Road at San Vito Way. They do not recommend that a rapid rectangular flashing beacon be installed. So the PHB is allowed.
So they're still recommending the PhD. Okay, thank you.
Council, any additional questions? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next we have John Wyckoff.
Good evening.
On Wyckoff, 5099 North Bolsena Avenue. I came here in 2018. It was after really a long time being down in Southern California. You talk about a number of things. One, they might not be a reduction of your property taxes or of the value of your home, but it will ultimately do it. I had apartments down the street from me, and it was crowded, and they were coming down our street to park. So it will happen. I know you can say right now it won't, but as people get more crowded, more people moving into an apartment beyond what it's originally, 2 bedrooms, you would assume it's 2 people or 3 people. But when you have people that are crowding into rooms because of examples down there, you're going to have more people than could be the capacity. And I have lived in an apartment, so I don't want to bash people that live in an apartment. Traffic, that is one scary intersection, Gondola and McMillan. I've driven the 91, the 5, 405, 110 at high rates of speeds with people flying by me. I practically have to do a pit maneuver on myself to slide in to avoid getting hit by somebody coming up behind me. It's a 45-mile-per-hour zone that's going up to 50 miles per hour. So, I can say a lot of things. It's dangerous in that area. It's a high impact area. The people said they've had the property since 2001. I don't know if that means that the same owner that's had the property until it sold it to them in 2021. But there's a lot about this area. I wish I had known before I bought it, because I would have known that if there was an apartment in that area, I wouldn't have bought in there. It was reluctant with Walmart being there. Because business buys based on location, location, and location. And right now, I don't know what the location is so significant about it, other than I think the person that used to own the property is still part of the LLC that is pushing All Venture, All Quest, who's part of this alpha, to get it going. I'm just saying, you say they're entitled. Who am I? I own the property. I own it. Am I entitled? Am I entitled? That's really what I want to ask. You're giving them entitlement. What about me, the owner? Am I entitled? And I bought based on the school, the location, and the location. And right now, a lot of things have changed. Property's gone, and I can look out of my house from Black Cat all the way to Joy Avenue. Traffic is jammed up. So I don't want to hold any more time unless you have something to ask. I hope you look at me as I'm an owner of the house. I think I should be entitled to. I vote for you. They don't vote for you. They don't even live in the city. They leave, make the money off of us,
Thank you, Mr. Wyckoff.
and that's it.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
So when we were hearing the modification development proposal last time that was denied, when City Council was hearing it, not this application, but the prior one that was denied, one of the concerns that we heard was that that there would be traffic flowing from the apartments into the Bridge Tower West subdivision because of how at that time the concept plan was designed for the flow of traffic within the development. So now this new concept plan looks entirely different, and it technically connects it technically connects Bridge Tower West with a road that goes directly through the bottom of the development over to Walmart and out to a light. So is there not an anticipation then that although there may be concerns about traffic safety, that then that now by I'm not advocating for one decision or another, I'm just, let's think this through. Now, the residents of Bridge Tower West can go through the apartment complex over to the Walmart area and get to a light to exit safely. That's something that this adds to that area that doesn't currently exist. So I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying, just thinking kind of the other way of what is detracting, what this application detracts from. It also adds a way for residents of Bridge Tower West to get out to that light more safely than they currently do. I'm not proposing that as a regular thing, because I do think causes other issues, getting stuck up in, a commercial area with parking lot and all that is not wise. But if there really is truly a significant safety concern where somebody is risking their life to turn onto McMillan, this creates a different option for them, a different way for them to go.
It's turning onto McMillan. I've been down in California. My heart starts to race because I'm starting to think there's cars. I'm going from a dead stop to pull into a center to then merge in. They're going fast down that. People going from 10 Mile coming south after having gone to Costco are having to turn right onto McMillan. It's great you're going to make this new access way so people can go over to Walmart from our community, but all that's going to do is make it now that they can cut from 10 Mile over through that same thing, up Gondola, cross over Black Cat, over into the next neighborhood, which is the Oaks, and then cut over into McMillan to get around all of this. Now, I'm probably going to say something that everybody's going to find out about now, and it's going to start happening because they are going to have a faster way to get around that area. And everybody's all about finding fast ways to do things, which means higher speed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
In the 6 years that I've been sitting up here, I've rarely had folks come and say, we're going to start driving through the subdivisions to get to avoid the main roads because the subdivisions are designed in a way that is complicated with lots of turns to create the designs are created for density and they're created for design, but they're also created for safety in that you can't really drive through them. We have limitations on how long a street can be for fire purposes, but also so that people can't speed through subdivisions. Don't know if you've driven through Bainbridge. There's absolutely no way you can speed through that subdivision if you tried. So it's highly unlikely that the residents are going to use the subdivisions to avoid McMillan. I mean, it would have to get to an extreme. I'm just telling you based on my many years experience sitting up here that while I can understand the concern, that there has been absolutely no proof that actually happens.
I am living proof it can happen. I lived in California, Southern California. You get around by driving fast. People do.
Mr. Mayor.
And it will happen because why? It seems like I think there's a lot more Southern Californians coming up here. Although I think from what I'm finding out is Southern Californians are going to Texas and Arizona and the Northern Californians are coming up here. Okay, that's what I'm kind of seeing. But all in all, they drive fast.
Councilman Hoagland.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Wyckoff, I do want to compliment you on something. I finally heard a great description of how to get into traffic by using the center turn lane and then merging in. So many people here wait till it's both ways is open, which is getting more and more difficult to do. So thank you for describing that you can use the center turn lane leaving a subdivision besides just using it to turn in. So I appreciate that. And I mean, since you're from California, I guess you are an expert in driving. So
no, I'm not an expert driver, but I've learned how to maneuver myself.
Well, there we go.
I have to drive from Van Nuys to Placentia, where I live, because I did auditing. And that was an hour and a half if I got there early in the morning, and coming home, I'd have a 3-hour traffic coming back. So you know what, if it means saving some time so you can get home, you're going to take some side streets because you know that everybody's going to go on the same one. And so
And I'm not going to ask our lieutenant to comment on using the center turn lane as an access point to the main roadway in state law. But yeah, why don't we go ahead? It's 8 o'clock. Why don't we go and take a break?
Mr.
Oh, wait, Councilman, should I have a follow-up question?
No, just one thing, I know Christy's researching an answer to a very important question, and I hope don't leave us, Christy, please, without raising your hand when you have that. Thanks.
I promise I won't leave.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll go and take a break until 8:10. recess. Mr. Clerk, who's the next person who signed up to provide testimony?
Mr. Mayor, next is Paul Elam.
Mr. Elam, if you can state your name and address for the record, be recognized for 3 minutes.
Excuse me, thank you. Paul Elam, I'm at 5127 North of CC Avenue in Meridian. I'd like to start off, hopefully it won't take from my time, but I'd like to ask that that the attorney for the city read all the findings that were stated at the Planning and Zoning Commission on the reasons to justify denial of the application. Could you read all of them? Because I understand this is a de novo hearing, which means it's going fresh. So we should actually hear all the reasons for denial. Like that, not to go toward my time also, because he read a couple or around one already. I'd like to see if you could read the rest.
It's up to you, Mr. Mayor.
Council, would you like to hear them or do you need to hear them?
Mr. Mayor,
Council,
I'm just interested in his thoughts on why, what are the conditions that are concern you about this application?
Okay.
This development. I mean,
I'd be happy to
we
answer that. but-
understand, crosswalks or bus stops have been brought up, traffic concerns. So what are those things that are important to you?
Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and read them, but I'd like it not to be applied to my time.
it will be applied to your time. So choose where you'd like to go.
How about, can I mention a rebuttal to Councilwoman Perot's, hopefully I pronounced.
It's your 3 minutes. You can, let's go back to 3 minutes. You're going to start over, but your 3 minutes, your 3 minutes.
Okay.
You
We're
choose
talking
how
really
you
fast.
want to use them.
Regarding the councilwoman's statement, the councilman for the Planning and Zoning Commission in the hearing on 9/1 stated that he himself, and it's on the record, cuts through all the subdivisions around Black Cat to avoid all the traffic on McMillan and Black Cat. So where you didn't know about people doing that, he himself stated that in front of the whole commission. I'll go ahead and read some of them really quickly. These are the findings. The design, construction, operation, maintenance will be compatible with the other uses in the general neighborhood and with the existing or intended character and general vicinity, and such will not adversely change the essential character of the same area, which of course this application does. That the proposed use, if it complies with all other conditions of approval imposed, will not adversely affect other property in the vicinity. I think we all know that values will go down, no values go up based on apartment complexes being nearby. Number 5, that the proposed use will be served adequately by essential public facilities and services such as highways, streets, schools. This is the one that gentleman already read before. We know that that won't be the case. We've already stated that many times over. 6, the proposed use will not create excessive additional costs for public facilities and services and will not be detrimental to the economy, the economic welfare of the community. That's obviously also the case because we know that more schools will be needed, which will have to mean that bonds will need to be approved because they won't build until the bonds are approved. So that means schools will be over congested and over demanded. First, I'd like to point out that we did our own study and I asked at the 9/1 meeting how many homes were already approved going west because that affects people even driving to Waihee High School. The planning department did not have that information when I asked. It was to gentleman Bill Parsons. We've done research. It's over 700 homes have been approved and are currently in different stages of development further down going on McMillan toward Waihee High School. If you just drive that one day, you'll see developments going in on all sides, not to mention on the meeting on November 3rd, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved an apartment complex adjacent to the Waihee High School that will have 9 or it was 12 3-story apartment buildings as part of that project that will be on both sides of Highway 16. The pedestrian study, they said they didn't need a beacon light. So what's wrong with these studies? Because now we come back and hear that now ACHD would be willing to put in a light that goes across to San Vito from the south side of McMillan. Seems like we've seen a lot of flaws in the studies tonight. I frankly don't think we should trust any of them. Another thing that was brought up today was that it's been approved for R15 zoning. And so they have some kind of, entitlement to build these apartments. R15 zoning allows many other different types of projects, which is what was originally zoned for was the nursing center. I think we should look at other things that can be added there instead of these apartments or significantly reduce the number. Again.
And if you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, certainly, sir. We have already heard from ACHD that it will not be widened until 2031 to 2035. And even then, it will not improve the flow. That goes back to the findings of how the area will be adversely affected. And I hope that the council and mayor will rule that this is not the right application for this area and deny it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council, any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, next is Mac Garrison.
Yeah, Matt Garrison, 3898 West Lucina Drive in Meridian. Yeah, I try not to repeat everything that's been said, but obviously my concern is traffic and congestion. You know, we've heard that the studies from ACHD are old, or, you know, we've talked about estimates, we've talked about actual numbers, but whatever those are, you're going to have to think about really 1,000 cars coming in and out of that intersection a day extra, because you figure 235 units, probably 2 cars, there's about 400 cars coming twice a day at least. Then you're going to have to add school buses, delivery trucks, garbage trucks, service trucks. It's going to easily add up to 1,000 extra trips in and out of that intersection a day, which we've all testified that it's already crowded. So consider that. Also, we got to consider, like he just said, all the development that's already been approved down Black Cat. This is just going to make it way worse. And there seems to be just continued development nonstop down that direction as well. So none of this is going to make, none of it's going to get better, considering that, you know, they're not going to widen it for 8 to 9 years and only go to 3 lanes. So I would suggest probably the crosswalk will help, I think, but those pedestrian studies are way off. All you have to do is go out there and stand there from 7 to 9 in the morning and see how many kids and parents go across that street, and then go out there from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. Those zero counts are way off. And I would say that why can't we look at, you know, it seems like this might be a foregone conclusion that you guys are going to approve this. Why can't we flip it and get the majority of the traffic coming in and out of there onto 10 Mile and not McMillan? It's a 5-lane road versus a 2-lane road. San Vito right there is 2 lanes plus the turn lane. You know, adding 1,000 cars on a 2-lane road in and out of that one intersection every day. Why can't we dump it out to 10 Mile? Just like all the developments down towards 84. You know, you got all those new apartments on Franklin and 10 Mile. They're already going out on 4- and 5-lane roads. They're going to have easy access. Why can't we have these guys flip it? If they're going to really, if you guys are going to approve this and make it go in. Yeah, that's really all I got.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, next is Ted Lai.
Yes, my name is Ted Lai. I live at 4549 North Bosena Avenue. Just like to reiterate everything that everybody's said already. For me, it's the traffic. I know we need to have housing we have a huge housing problem for the population and stuff, but the traffic already there is massive. All the development, like the previous gentleman just said, that's going on, the James Ranch down there. I don't know how many there's hundreds of homes going in there. There's already apartments at the end of Gondola. And now you're going to put another apartment complex at the other end of Gondola. And I guess the one gentleman here said that the guy on the Planning and Zoning Commission uses Gondola to avoid all that traffic. And I'm sure there's a lot more people going to be doing that, especially when this development goes in, so they don't have to go on to McMillan and San Vito. They'll just go down Gondola. And to your point about subdivisions having curvy roads, Gondola is a super highway. We walk that quite often, my wife and I, and people speed down that road already. And it's not it's very built so you can speed on it real easy. It's wide and it's not very many curves in it at all. So that's my conclusion, is that I believe that the planning and zoning, which Councilwoman Strader said does an excellent job. They denied this permit because the one thing that I see is they don't meet the traffic stipulations that are in there. And I appreciate you going and finding out, you know, the number of cars coming and going. I know that with all the development coming, the numbers that they have right now are only like 100. They said 700 something, it's going to be 8, something like that. But with all this development going, it's going to go way over that. And I would appreciate it if you would respect the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission and go along with their decision to deny this because of the traffic issues. That's my only thing.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'm gonna correct the record since I keep getting misquoted. What I stated was not that cars weren't going to drive through subdivisions or that they weren't going to try to use alternative routes. What I said is that the subdivisions are designed to not encourage that, number one. And number two, there's no data to prove that there's enough of an increase of people going through subdivisions for us to alter an application like this based on that information.
Okay.
Is that more clear?
Yeah, I understand that. But,
Thank you.
What I
Because
can
apparently everybody heard something I didn't say.
okay, what I see is to avoid the congestion at San Vito and McMillan, when people come out of that apartment complex, gondola is right there. And it's a speedway down through there. There's no speed bumps in there. We've witnessed people speed on there quite often, and there's a school there. The Pleasant View elementary school is right there. And we see it already that it's happening. I think it will be, you know, much worse when they have that many more people living with access at that particular intersection to get out of there.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sure.
Councilwoman Perot made me think of this earlier, and as well as these comments about gondola, and I've heard it in previous applications in this area. Gondola is not a neighborhood street. It's not a local street. It's not just a street for Bridge Tower, even though it's been like that. It is a collector street, which is supposed to have traffic flow go through it from not just your neighborhood. It will eventually connect out to 10 Mile, which to the previous resident's point, that would be the point of that road.
Okay.
So I do want to iterate that is the overall thought process of how the road system should be laid out upon development. This applicant doesn't own control of that parcel, so he can't punch it out to 10 Mile. That is what we want eventually. But gondola is a collector street. It is not supposed to be a subdivision local street. That's not its purpose. So that's why it has a higher, it's not 25 mile an hour limit, right?
Yeah.
Like a local street because of that. So ACHD doesn't usually allow traffic calming on those roads, et cetera. Now, to Mr. Mayor's point, we should be very diligent in enforcing speed limits. And it sounds like we will be more so everybody be prepared.
At that point, I saw several of our local police officers pulling over several of our local residents today. And I'd like to commend them on doing a great job. But if gondola is going to in the future going to go down and hit 10 Mile, that would be an excellent, deal to deal with that congestion.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions?
Mr. Mayor, not a question for Ted, but Joe, that parcel, if I recall from seeing the previous, not applications, but development agreement, there is plans to connect that to 10 Mile through that northern parcel at 60 acres at some point in time, whenever that develops. Is that correct?
Councilman Hogan, that is correct. Yes. Yeah. Both Vicenza, which is on the east side of this, and then San Vito on the west side will connect north of it. And then that will, I guess it will probably be San Vito Way. It might be renamed, right? But it'll connect up and go out to 10 Mile in alignment with the access just south of Heroes Park.
Right. And then Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Hoagland.
I think it was Mac who was testifying saying, hey, we need to find a way to get to 10 miles. So there is a way, there is a plan for that, but it's just hasn't happened yet. You need development to put in the roads. I mean, that's the fact. So, and then people don't want development. So there's the back and forth. So when we wanted to expand Highway 2026, that's ITD. They said, well, they have a program, development will pay for it. So we have to, you don't have to, but to expand it, Costco goes in, they spend their money to widen 2026, and then they get paid back through what's the sales tax anticipation revenue. They get to keep a portion of that sales tax to eventually pay themselves back. So we struggle with that all the time. That's how Eagle Road got widened, where the village is. You want a wider road? We go to ITD. We need a wider road. We've got more traffic. Well, get development. They'll pay for it. So it is a struggle to figure out the traffic solutions, and especially with the state on the state highways. So just to provide you more information.
And I think we have 4 more people who've signed up to testify. We'll work through those, and then anybody else will have an opportunity to come up and make comments and get questions answered if you have them. So, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, next we have Militia Elam.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to you. I don't ever talk English in public because it's my second language. I'm speak on behalf of do you need my address?
I do, yes.
Yeah. 5127 North Assisi Avenue, Meridian.
Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of mother of a new driver. My daughter is 15-year-old. She's eagerly wants to drive every day going to Hawaii, which is very challenging to turn into McMillan. Everybody mentions that. I just want to point out a fact, like, I don't know if everybody realized that this narrow road, 1-lane road going every direction of a major high school. I never see anything like that. On behalf of that, there's a Coal Valley going to in 3 years. Right now, Coal Valley is part of Meridian and part of Coal Valley is in Boise. So you can imagine more family would come from east going to west, going to Coal Valley because those 2 schools going to combine, which is necessarily have to go on McMillan because it's on the corner of McDormand and McMillan. So imagine Hawaii and Coal Valley, there's going to be a lot of high school drivers. I'm a frightened mom. There's Meridian high school girl just be killed by car accident near 10 Mile not very long ago. So that is really concerning. And also I'm a real estate agent. I conduct a small team of team leader. We have 50 million transaction last year. I would say I don't against development. We often stand with the development, but it would reduce the property value. There's a house on border with McMillan in Bridgetown West, tried 3 times go on the market before market shifting, before the soften. It couldn't sell because the traffic just too busy and it concerns people. That's my point.
Thank you, Alicia. Council, any questions? Councilman Strader.
That's interesting, the feedback that an individual property owner couldn't sell because of the traffic.
Because it's really busy.
Yeah, we're also in an increasing interest rate environment that directly impacts property values.
They tried 3 times. This is before market being slowed down. I came from Washington. We look at all the city plans, all the we call new urban development areas, all 4 corners of the highway, major highway. We have, all those plans and putting on the major road.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, and just to speak to your point as a mother concerned about Oahe High School having the access of, we couldn't agree more. I don't want to dredge up old history, but the Meridian City Council was not responsible for choosing that site. So kind of have to deal with the deck we've been the hand we've been dealt, if you will, but we share your concern. I share that concern as well about the access to Owyhee High School.
And also as way more traffic from east to west because Owyhee High School border goes all the way to the community by Saturners Park. So this family going Owyhee, they don't have a helicopter to land it there. You have to go on a single lane. It's every direction to single lane drive, which isn't a good plan. It's a very poor plan and it does endanger our next generations.
Thank you.
Council, any additional questions? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, next is Nick Tomei.
Hi there, Nick Tomei, 4643 North Tirso Avenue. Most of the points have been raised. Wanted to piggyback a little bit on what a colleague or a homeowner in our community had said. Sorry, I'm still a bit in work mode, calling people colleagues. But anyhow, we've discussed at length, like all the different challenges that you all experience. We understand that what Alpha Development is doing will at some point, assuming it's them, at some point this project will be approved, a form of this project. And that's not really disputable. As we've said here, it's been established. That's the law. Like they have right to build there, and it is what it is as it stands now. The big question, as it concerns the questions that Councilman Strader has raised, also what Brad just mentioned, and forgive me, is it Hoagland? Hoagland. I want to be sure and say that correctly. Councilman Hoagland, you're saying that there is a plan ultimately to develop out to 10 Mile, right to the north of this property. And right now as it sits, and I talked to Dustin about this, and he had said that they had tried in the past to flip the property, but that was denied at, could be council or the attorney's office. I forgive me, I can't remember where. But can anyone on the council answer why, if we have these problems with the 2 irrigation channels, we already know that McMillan's not going to provide any greater capacity when it's developed out. Why is the property not being flipped so that this big 3-story is looking out toward the beautiful mountains in the north, that the parking lot that right now is in the southwest corner would be in the northeast corner, which would funnel traffic out toward 10 Mile naturally and keep traffic flowing better and keep it away from the kids, the schools that are on the other side of the property that there's planning to be developed. Does the council know why it was denied to not allow for the future planning to let it spill out onto the 5-lane road? Is that a fair question to ask? It's part of our general conversation. I'm not trying to get us off track. Does this question make sense?
Joe, I was gonna look at that, Joe. I think he was ready to chime in.
This Joe, we have too many
Joe?
Joes, but
Thank you, sir.
I'm helping alleviate one of them, so it's okay. The short answer is that would require a DA modification because it would no longer be generally consistent with the existing concept plan. And the previous DA modification application was denied. So the applicant did not want to go through that hurdle again. And so hence they've submitted a concept plan much more substantially in alignment with the existing concept plan. So if that is something that the council would want to do to flip this site or something like that, Mr. Neri could probably know more specifically, but it would probably have to continue the application and then require a DA modification as an accompaniment to this in order to establish the new DA.
Thank you, Joe.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that would be correct. I think problematically, that's not what's before them tonight, and that's not what the applicant is asking.
Sure,
exactly.
Understood.
Their property, this is the entitlement that they already have existing. They're asking to basically develop that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, it makes sense. With all the comments given and Councilwoman Pro had mentioned this earlier, there's a natural outflow, like there's a light there above Walmart. I don't want to misstate anything that you said again, right? But there is a natural outflow there. There's a light there. People are going to gravitate to this spot. I live on the south side with my 7-year-old twins, my 10-year-old daughter. They cannot cross the street going north to the pool and the basketball court up there. And my daughter keeps asking me, Dad, can I go to the basketball court? She wants to play basketball. She wants to play on varsity when she gets older. I have to be free to take her across the street every single day because there's no way she can get across there. This is just going to exacerbate that situation dramatically. So I'm all for this development. I think what they've done is beautiful. Site plan looks awesome. It seems like it's just flipped. It's not correct. And I understand the DA modification needed for that, but I ask that the council would please consider that, Mayor, you as well, in considering this. Is this the right timing for this project? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, just to make sure I understand what you're saying, you really believe strongly that if the 3-story apartment building, you'd like rather see that to the north and flip it with the townhomes below.
That is correct. It would put the parking lot in that corner, which would naturally push traffic out toward 10 Mile, would alleviate a lot of the congestion that you're going to see continue to build up on 10 Mile. Right now, very quickly, we already have from Meridian going out toward our property there, excuse me, out past 10 Mile is an absolute, it's just one line of traffic in the afternoon going westward. And I don't think that's what the community had imagined when they were developing or planning for this larger community. So forgive me, yes, flipping that, putting the larger community, the project, trying to speak quickly for all time, your sake, Sam. Putting that to the north, facing north with the parking lot to the north would make more sense. It also would not then put that giant building looking across the homes that are just to the south, which could help for future buyers looking to invest in that area.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thanks. It's good feedback for the applicant. I think if they want to consider it, maybe a constructive solution. There could be things that none of us have thought of, though, that are negatives to it too. This is a problem with trying to redesign something, but I appreciate like the constructive, like the brainstorming.
Understood. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Nick.
Mr. Mayor, the last of the pre-signups is Patricia Fritzl. Fritz, I apologize, I'm probably mispronouncing that.
She understood who she was, so she's on her way. Can you say your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Tricia Fritchley and I'm at 5524 North Botticelli. And I agree with my neighbor about flipping it. I think that makes a much better design flow of the traffic for stuff. And I think, like, I'm horrible with this, so please bear with me. I'm a person who's lived in apartments for several years of my life. We need a housing solution. Obviously, there's a huge growth with Meridian. But when you look at what is currently available, there's over 800 available apartments through Zillow, Realtor.com, Apartments.com, Craigslist, whatever you want to look it up at. There's over currently 800 available units for rent, ranging from $1,400 to $4,000. When you look at that price range, that's not affordable. And this property and development is within that. And what that is going to bring, and I know from firsthand experience, is multiple people teaming up to be able to afford that apartment. Not just in our backyard, but anywhere with these kinds of rates. So you're not only adding more people and cars and traffic in this unit because more people have to live in it to be able to afford it. They don't live here. They live in Utah. This is an investment. This is property. This is ratios that they're going to have. There's a management team keep a certain number of people in the rental units. So it doesn't benefit our community at all in that aspect to me. I do understand that this is something that is going to be developed. I do agree with Hoagland in that development is necessary, but I also think it's part of our city's council and development team's job to make sure that placement and disbursement is adequate so that we're not becoming Southern California, Northern California, Seattle, and all these overly congested areas that diminish our quality of life. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Patricia. Council, any questions?
Quick question.
Councilman Nolan.
So are you saying this site is candidate for affordable housing that we should put in and make it subsidized rent?
There's more need for that than this.
There's a
Not
great
that,
need.
not that I would want that there, and that's where it comes to placement. I think you know, when you look at the development of the needs of the community, we could also use a women's shelter that provides housing to women and children of domestic violence. Or just a homeless shelter.
Oh, Mr.
Not
Mayor.
again, not that I would want that in my backyard per se, but I think it's about placement.
Mr. Mayor, yeah.
Councilman
And
Hoagland.
and that truly is, you know, you got a Walmart store, you have commercial, typically higher density is closer to those types of things that are walkable and make it easier for people to not use cars. So it's really a balancing act again. And in fact, I live in a subdivision similar to Bridge Tower West, which is the original Bridge Tower. And 2 doors down is a house, very nice house, and we deal with cars all the time because you got so many people that rent, you know, it's leased owned by somebody else, they're renting it out. So nobody is immune to that, unfortunately. Now, there is code enforcement, by the way, if you ever run into that problem, there is a limit to how many people can be in a house that are not relatives, so.
I don't think having an apartment complex that has 2 access points directly into our subdivision is helpful to our subdivision. I can understand 1, but not 2. And unless I'm looking at a different map, this shows an entrance into San Vito at the top and then at the bottom. Has this been changed that I haven't seen?
Mr. Mayor.
Joe?
So the plan that the applicant has proposed only has 1 entrance to San Vito and 2 to Vicenza. Staff is recommending to get a driveway connection to another one to San Vito to help with the overall flow and help residents within Bridge Tower West to get from west to east to 10 Mile and to Walmart, and to help with a future connection because north of this site is commercial zoning, which would have commercial development and have that area be able to have an access in alignment with gondola. So again, the applicants proposed 1 to San Vito. Staff has recommended 2 to San Vito. It might be, yeah, or I can't see it, but it might be, yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman
we
Hoagland.
just might have that slide go up when the applicant comes up to speak so you can see the latest. So everyone can see the latest. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that was the last person who signed up in advance. If there's people that would like to testify, and as the front row is open, just come get in the front row and then just one by one come up at that point in time. And if you're online, use the raise your hand feature. And we will try to work back and forth between those in the room and those online. So ma'am, if you'd like to come forward and state your name and address for the record, be recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
before we hear more testimony, we've heard you all loud and clear about traffic concerns, safety concerns, pedestrian movement, sidewalks, and we're hearing that. What I'm really interested in hearing is if there are specific ideas that would help improve those things, not only what is existing now, but if there's going to be something here. Whether it's this or it's something else, there's going to be something here. So let's talk about solutions that are related to how we can, if you have a specific challenge and something else in mind that will help us, that would be, we're not asking you to do our jobs, but we're asking to hear from you who sees these things every day and can help guide us on appropriate solutions to the challenge. Thanks.
And get up to the mic real
I'm
close.
Michelle Freeman at 3931 West Riva Capri. I'm just going to reiterate a question I had probably 2 meetings ago on San Vito in Vicenza. Right now, they have no parking signs on both sides of the street. Will that stay that way, or will there be overflow parking from the apartments be able to park out there? That's just a question I have. I was told before that the signs should stay there, but I don't know that I trust that. So I just wanted to ask again.
Go.
Yes, because both of those are collectors, just like gondola is a collector, they should remain no parking, correct?
Thank you.
And if that ever does occur, that is a code enforcement police issue and ACHD as well, so that they can be corrected.
Mr. Mayor, we have Sarah Whipple online.
Okay,
and you
Sarah.
can unmute, Sarah. Sarah, you should be able to unmute. Okay, we'll come back to you.
Sir, go ahead while we try to. Yep, go ahead. Say your name and address for the record.
Okay, my name is Frank Serkos. I live at 3832 West Waput. And I had a comment or a question in regards to a comment by Mr. Parsons here. Talking about gondola. Gondola is a popular street name here this evening. And you called it a collector street. Do you always put elementary schools and swimming pools on collector streets? It's an open question. Do you do that?
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, when it comes to schools, yes, they're typically on a higher capacity road, whether that be an arterial or a collector street. Yes, sometimes they are embedded within a community, like in Paramount, I believe, has that a little bit more.
Or Bridge, where we live.
Right, but that's
That-
off of a collector.
Because we're talking about little kids,
I understand.
5, 6, 7 years old, brought in by school buses that typically block this, they line up on the street to make orderly entry and exit from the school. And it seems to me that that is not good planning.
So it'd be better to have them on a wider road than a skinnier road for sure. So I understand. your point.
Are you talking about the school?
The road to the school, yes, sir. Because if you had it on a local street, like what's within Bridge Tower.
Yeah,
for
either that or you make gondola a lesser street on your vocabulary. What do you call it? Collector street. What's the next one down?
A local street.
A local street.
That's
Saying.
an ACHD thing more than it is a city thing, but understood.
Well, you're right at the beginning of a very important stage, planning. And poor planning leads to what? Bad performance. I think it's something to consider. You're at a very good stage right now. You have input and actually can make a difference. Anyway, I don't have any kids, but I do observe. And that is a bad street before and after school for little kids. Little kids make mistakes. Okay, number 2, very quickly. I'm a retired fireman. I'm concerned, not with the development. It's up to you guys how you do it. I'm concerned with the fire department having enough people to handle the emergencies. That's very important. I'm just going to let you guys know, you people. Now, I talked to the chief, great guy, very nice man. But do you know how many people are on your fire engines? Do any of you know?
Yes, I think we know.
How many?
Well, 3 on the engine, 4 on the ladder.
Okay. On the 3 on the engines, do you know what the engines do? They pull the hose, they go in the building, they put the fire out. There's the officer on the right-hand side. There's the driver on the left-hand side. What does the driver do besides drive the rig? He operates the pump. He gets the water into the hose. Okay? That leaves one poor person on the back step or in the back seat now of that vehicle, that engine. That is not enough. That is not enough, especially if you're building 3-story buildings and they have to take that hose up 3 stories. Typically, you take a larger size hose up a couple of the stories and then reduce it down.
Thank
Not
you.
a good thing.
And
Okay, an aerial ladder or a ladder truck.
thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Okay,
We appreciate the information and concept.
please consider it. What you decide now matters. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Council, any questions? Okay.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, we have Sarah Whipple, and she appears to be unmuted.
Hi, yeah, sorry, I got it working. Sarah Whipple, 4021 West Milano Street in Meridian, Idaho. I just wanted to say that I think that the council should deny this proposal based on the reasons that the Planning and Zoning Commission already stated. But if you must approve it, I think that you should do it based on conditions of reducing the density less than 150 units. Maybe the developer could agree to give some money for a new elementary school to be built in the surrounding areas. It sounds like they have quite a few connections with Ball Venture Alquist. I have a first grader at Pleasant View Elementary, and he has 29 kids in his class. And they have tried to hire a new teacher to alleviate some of that overcrowding, but they haven't had a single applicant apply for it. So it really concerns me the kids being added. And I think that a good compromise would be to reduce the density of the units. That would solve some of the overcrowding issues. It wouldn't totally alleviate it. So if you must approve it, please do it with reduced density, reduced units. And I love the idea of flipping the parking lot the other way so that it would naturally feed out toward 10 Mile. I think those are great ideas. But again, I think that we should deny this now just based on the timing that the infrastructure isn't in place and there's overcrowding at our schools, and we have a chance to stop that now before it becomes an even bigger problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. And just so that you are aware, it's Ball Ventures, not Ball Ventures Alquist in this case.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. I know it can be confusing. Just wanted
Yeah.
to make sure it's good for everybody's
Okay,
information.
thank you. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Okay. Oh, Councilwoman Pearl?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a question. I'm sitting here reviewing the road network within this and in the whole area, and guess I'd like us to hear about ways maybe that we could encourage movement out towards 10 Mile. I think that this network is set up to potentially do that. I'm not familiar, however, with the section of Milano that runs to the east of this property and whether that can absorb traffic flow out to 10 Mile. If I recall correctly, it's a narrow road that runs on the north side of Walmart that really feels like a Walmart exit and not necessarily a collector road. So I don't know if that's been the same experience with these folks, and if they have any comments about any driving experiences they have on there, and whether that's something that we need to also consider as part of this. But if we're going to have discussions about encouraging flow of traffic to move out that direction, then I just want to hear some more information about that.
Well, maybe we can have Christy add that comments in when she does the other thing. Looks like we have two more people that are wishing to provide comments. So, ma'am, if you'd like to come forward. Say your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Fidoa. Address is 5350 North Ferrara Avenue in Meridian. I'd like to begin by saying thank you for allowing me time to speak. I kind of had some things prepared, but then as people were questioning, kind of solutions, I don't really know a lot of solutions. I mean, I'm not in planning. I'm not, that's not kind of part of my purview. That's what I look to people in the council to do and the Planning and Zoning Commission to do. I do think that where the placement of that particular parking lot for those apartments is very problematic in that it does dump right onto San Vito. So I leave San Vito and turn left onto McMillan every morning when I take my children to school and I go to work. And I know that like when the bus stops there, because there is a bus stop that stops right on that corner. It's like the bus came through the neighborhood and then stops on that corner. And there's a bunch of, I think it's probably high school kids at that time, but I'm not for sure. And so what happens is the bus stops there And then, there's 8, 10, 12 cars, depending on the morning, stopped behind that. Now, if you've got all these cars trying to come out of this parking lot onto San Vito, that's where I'm seeing a big problem too, and especially during rush hour in the morning. So I would foresee that that is a big problem area that I would like, to look into solutions for, if that is the case. Another concern of mine that hasn't really been brought up very much, but is a concern of mine is the parking. It was slightly brought up that, there wouldn't be parking along San Vito and Gondola, but if there's a lot of people that don't have a spot to park for 235 units and only 462 spots, that's barely 2 cars per apartment. And is there visitors ever, where are they going to park? So those are kind of concerns that I would like to see solutions addressed to as well. I do think that the crosswalk would be a great idea. But my biggest concern is I don't think that addresses the car traffic. I think that addresses the pedestrian traffic, which is really important. And I love that I think it was ACHD stepped in and said that they would, consider putting that crosswalk there. I think that's a great solution. What are some more solutions though for the car traffic? And that's what I would like to have discussed. Otherwise, I would think that this council should follow the Zoning and Planning Commission and deny it until we get some more answers and can come to some other solutions.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Council questions, Councilman Hoagland.
Just a comment to address that since you brought it up directly. One of the things is as you look ahead, the state has started working on Highway 16, the connection from all the way to the freeway. One of the things that we'll do is take away some of that eastbound traffic coming down Ustick and McMillan and Chinden to hit 10 Mile because that's the earliest access point to the freeway. So you're going to see there's going to be a dividing line somewhere over here to the west that they want to go to the freeway. They're going to go west to get onto that new Highway 16. McMillan is not a connection point just because it's going to be not completely widened, but Ustick will be. So, and Ustick to the north south, where you start at Linder, is going to be widened to 4 lanes. So I think that flow that going west now is going to be greater. So that's in the future. It's a couple years away, but that is going to change that traffic dynamic that is now using 10 Mile. And I hope it reduces traffic on 10 Mile. I'm on 10 Mile a lot because I just live on the east side. And it would be nice to have less traffic on that, because even if we were to wave a magic wand, and we can't, because the state legislature wouldn't allow us to say no to development because of local land use planning laws. Everybody around us, the great thing about Meridian is we're in the middle. Hey, it's easy to get everywhere. The problem is we're in the middle. Everything that grows around us comes through Meridian. So everything to the west is going to grow, and they're coming this way. That's why I think Highway 16 will help that traffic, instead of going, that's up here in the northwest part, coming to whether it's Chinden or McMillan or Ustick to 10 Mile, will now take Highway 16 and hopefully, at least, if not alleviate, stem that growth. So just some of the things to think about looking forward.
May I make a comment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I do understand that will help on McMillan. I've kind of thought, wondered the same thing. But I think our greatest concern as residents in this neighborhood where we live, where our children play, my kids are constantly out on their bikes and running around, is, having these increased 500 plus cars. I know that the majority are going to want to take McMillan and things like that, but we know that there's going to be increased traffic into our subdivision. And I think that's our biggest concern, is how, I know that you can't just like cut it off completely from entering. That's what we've been told time and time again, that you can't just block it off from entering somewhere onto San Vito because of fire trucks and things like that needing access. But I just think if we can persuade people away from entering onto San Vito in whatever, placing that parking structure in a different place, or parking lot, excuse me, it's not a structure, parking lot in a different location, having more access points that encourages people to not go onto San Vito and Gondola. I think that is where we need to kind of maybe put our heads together and think of something.
Well, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
there is a solution. It's gated communities, but you and I can't afford to live there, so.
Very
it's
true.
really not a solution.
Council, any additional questions?
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Troy Carnila.
Yeah, I should hit the button here. I'm sorry. Troy, you're able to unmute now.
Hello, yes, my name's Troy Cornelia. I live at 4029 Philomena Drive. And of course, my concerns, number one, gondola is a 25-mile-an-hour road, just to clear that. Also, if you as council members did some research, you would find out that people have been ticketed going over 55 by the police department on this road. Also, we've had multiple accidents, some going through fences on this road. So yes, it's a danger, it's a hazard. Jessica, just to clear the water, people speed going down this. Now to the housing average, I pulled up some information today, and 2.5 or 2.51 per people per household, which 235 units would be 590 people within that community. And a new average for Idaho, 3 cars per house is what it's averaging. So we're looking at 700, possibly 705 cars within that neighborhood. That development only has parking for 462. Where's the excess cars going to park? No parking is allowed on San Vito or Gondola. How is that going to be solved? Also, Hell's Engineering pedestrian study dated October 14th, 2022 failed to note that the school buses pick up and drop off points located on McMillan and San Vito. It also neglected to show school bus pickup and drop off points on San Vito and Gondola. The report doesn't show any traffic violations or accidents within Bridge Howard West community, including McMillan, San Vito, Vincenza, and Gondola. IDT requested a thorough traffic report to be provided by the applicant, and they did not provide that according to what I pulled up on your website. There's at least 6 new communities being built within 2 miles of Bridge Tower West, including a new apartment complex next to Costco. What is the city going to do to lighten the impact of major traffic on McMillan, Black Cat, 10 Mile, and Chinden? How is this development going to help overcrowding on the roads, and how will the people of Meridian benefit by sitting in traffic longer during rush hour? What environmental impact will this development have on this community, including increased traffic and people? What steps will the city council members and developers take to ensure that the children of Bridge Tower West and the surrounding communities will be safe within our neighborhoods? What safety infrastructure will be implemented on McMillan, San Vito, Gondola to prevent cars speeding and driving recklessly throughout the neighborhood? How will this development impact the already crowded schools, and what effect will the teacher to student ratio have on the students' education and testing standards in this community?
Troy, if you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, and then question is, what is the implications of mass population within a small area and the negative effect that it has on education, quality of life, property values, and safety? Infrastructure needs to take a priority before approving any more developments. So you guys need to look at that before you keep approving all these new builds. Let's look at infrastructure. Let's build out things, make the roads safe, make it safe for our community. And that's my 2 cents. I mean, if you have some questions, feel free to ask, but
Thank you, Troy. Council, any questions? All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, there was another hand raised. I don't know the name because it's M. Banda. So we'll let you unmute.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Banda. I'm at 3801 West Milano Street. I've been here since 2016. I've been to every single meeting regarding this piece of property since then. I know there was a comment earlier about how it changed from the senior living to the new apartment design or whatever in 2019. And I'm a little confused by that because I live directly behind this piece of property. My property backs up to this. And we were never, ever notified that there was going to be an amendment. So I just wanted to bring that out. I know there's nothing we can do about it now. And the one councilwoman asked for suggestions on how to make this better. Based on their design now, I will say that they've done a lot of work to it since they first put it out. And I want them to know that that is extremely appreciated. I don't want that to go unsaid. But the one thing that the exit point on San Vito, it's coming directly into one of the circles in the neighborhood. And I know that's a big contention here. And I've always said that it should be pushed up to gondola if this is going to be approved, which it seems like that's where you're leaning, because then that would become a four-way stop. You keep saying that that gondola will eventually go out to 10 Mile. It makes more sense to put a four-way stop there versus an exit point that leads into a circular road in our subdivision. And then secondly, the whole flipping the project comment, that's spot on. The parking lot being on the subdivision side versus the Walmart side to me makes absolutely no sense. That's where the traffic should be concentrated. And not coming into the subdivision. So again, I'm a little confused how this all got amended to begin with. But those would be my suggestions if this goes forward to make this better. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Council, any questions? Okay. Is there anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Well, typically don't have people come back up unless council would like additional information, but why don't we at least go to Christie? Oh, we got Matt who's raised his hand.
Yes, hi guys. I'm at 4066 West Philomena Drive. Actually live right. Oh, I'm sorry.
And Matt, can you state your full name, please?
Yeah, Matthew Mischler. Sorry. I live right across from Troy, who spoke a couple neighbors ago. I just have two quick things, and I'm not trying to be repetitive, but there's two topics with some personal examples, and my focus is mainly on the kids. The schools for number one. I have a second grader at Pleasantview Elementary. Miss McAdams spoke earlier. We all know with kids that the first couple weeks of school is very stressful for them. My son, due to overcrowding at Pleasant View, had to get switched to a different class. It set him backwards a little bit. He was finally comfortable with some new kids in his class. He got switched to a brand new class with nobody that he knew, which isn't really the problem. It's just the problem is that there was too many kids at this school, and he was the one that they drew out of a hat to get switched. So it really impacted him in the beginning of the year. Good thing we're over that. The safety aspect though, I'm in the corner house on Gondola. The threat is real. It is a freeway. Cars are flying up and down the street there. I actually invested in some electric bikes for my family and I this spring. It's a very family oriented neighborhood until you almost get wiped out by a car, which happened to us. My wife, myself, and my two kids were almost hit by a car speeding on Gondola. So just adding more cars is going to create problems. That threat is real. So, one more thing, the bus situation. There's already overcrowding at the middle school. My daughter goes to Star. Buses are late to pick up and drop off kids, sometimes over an hour. So kids have been late to school. I don't know if that's a staffing issue or just more kids to pick up. So there's already definitely an overcrowding here. And that's all I really have to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Matt. Council, any questions? Okay. Christy, if you wouldn't mind providing some feedback on what you've learned or the questions that have been thrown your direction.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. So I went through that report that was provided by the applicant just recently. And I don't want to speak for the applicant or their engineer as to what numbers were provided. It looks to me like, and I'm not a traffic engineer, it looks to me like those counts that were provided were existing conditions. I'm not sure 100% if they added in the new development trips into that number. And then I think there was a question about, I think that there's a drive aisle that's adjacent to Walmart on the north side of Walmart. That's a drive aisle. That's not a public roadway. So that's not under ACHD's jurisdiction. So I can't speak to that. And please forgive me if there was another question that was asked that I missed. I think that was all that we were waiting to get from me, I believe.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Christy, if I could just reconfirm. So if the PM for your standards to meet an E, the PM peak hour trips need to be 880 trips per hour or less. Is that right?
PM peak trips, yes. 880 for a 3-lane principal arterial road is 880.
Right. And when you did the analysis in the, well, not you personally, I just so
Right.
appreciate you being here to try to help shed light on it. But in the ACHD report that is provided, that doesn't really endorse, but sort of just accepts the TIS, it did say that the level of service for this road was an E. So is it fair to say that that was based on existing conditions, that doesn't take into account new development?
Mr. Mayor, Madam Councilwoman Strader, no, that number, when we talk about that, we look at what the existing PM peak trips are, and then what the applicant would add to that. And it looks to, again, we've had more recent updated information, but it looks that it still would be a level of service E or better with the development.
Christy, sorry, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind.
And I also did want to clarify that the counts that they took were very short distance. It looks like from the reports that those traffic counts they took were only between San Vito and Vincentia Way. So that can change those trips. Again, not an engineer, not involved in that particular review of the traffic impact study, but I did read in the report that it was only between those two locations that they took trip counts over a 2-day period on October 12th and the 13th.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Christy, I guess, and I'm just going to address to the applicant, if you guys could shed some light on it, because that's really a concern for me. If a more recent information provided by the applicant themselves demonstrates at this point in time that there are 747 peak trips now, and that doesn't account for developments that are coming, that have already been approved, that are under construction, it strains like common sense to think that this development would not, because it could contribute over 9% of the 2025 trips on McMillan Road. How could this development not put you past 880 peak hour trips? That's what I'm just missing something maybe. But you're right, Christy. I think it's to the applicant to try to address that. But thanks for hanging with us here.
Thank you. Question for staff if they know, but based on the comment that the Walmart drive aisle is not the public road connection, is there a point is there a minor master street map for where, in theory, you would extend the collector out to? Would it come out to over on Malta? Is that where you would try to line it up with eventually? Is that the intention?
Mr. Mayor, great question. And yes, as I pulled up the screen here, that is correct. Yeah, the drive aisle north of Walmart is just a drive aisle. It's a commercial drive aisle owned by whoever owns Walmart, the really rich family. And the blue line is the collector street that is the proposed. Now, grant, this is a general location. It may not end up being in this exact shape, but generally, yes, the connection point at Malta, that will not change, but how it peruses through the site, yes. And again, the different plans that I've seen have Vicenza kind of coming up here and at meeting in maybe like a roundabout of sorts here, public or private, whatever, whoever decides to build it that way, and then continuing on.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And if there's anybody else in the audience that'd like to provide testimony that hasn't done so yet, please come up to the front row. We do have someone else online.
Mr. Mayor, we have Chris Williams, and Mr. Williams, you should be able to unmute.
Perfect. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you. I apologize if it's loud. I'm down here in Southern California on a family vacation, so I apologize. I'll make this brief. Chris Williams, 4476 North Girasolo Avenue, 83646 there in Meridian. Just jumping in here last minute. Bottom line, in my opinion, this proposal is too dense. Not to say, hey, nothing to be developed there. It's too dense. Big concern, as other people have echoed, against safety. My children go to school there. I got someone in elementary, someone also in middle school. More particular, elementary is what I'm concerned with. The developer, along with a few other people that are there, as I've been in past meetings, they'll lead you to believe that there's not going to be much traffic. There's only, so much percentage of the units are only going to be 1 and 2 bedrooms, so it's not going to impact traffic. They can't guarantee that. We all know that multiple people live together. So just please keep that in consideration. And I just ask them to redesign and come back with a less dense project. It's just too much of a safety concern for me. That's all I want to say. I appreciate you giving me a minute of your time.
Thank you. Council, any questions for Mr. Williams? All right, thank you. Ma'am, if you'd like to come forward. If you can state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Susan Nightingale, and I live at 3920 West Riva Capri in Bridge Tower West. And as I'm sitting here listening to all the comments, I just have an observation that I made. If we're approving something and we don't have the infrastructure for it yet, it's, you say you're going to have this connection to Highway 16 and but we don't have it now. But how many people that live in Meridian have come forward to say, we really hope that this project goes through. It's going to benefit the people of Meridian greatly. I haven't heard anybody at the city council, at the planning commission meeting or here, nobody's saying, this is really a good idea. This is going to help our community and fill a need. It's certainly not going to provide low-income housing, which is probably a need in our area, but this isn't going to do that. And the people that have a vested interest in Meridian that are homeowners around here, they don't seem to be coming out in favor of it. And I'm not in favor of it because I'm from a small town in California that had their rules about how they did things and where stoplights were and where crosswalks were. They changed it as soon as a child died. And that was a big thing. You can't undo that. And so I just haven't seen anybody think, oh, this is a great idea. This is going to benefit the citizens of Meridian. I said, just an observation listening tonight.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? All right. Is there anybody else online or in the audience that'd like to provide testimony on this item? Okay, then I'll invite the applicant to come forward for final comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Jeffrey Wardle. My address is 251 East Front, Boise, but I am a resident of Paramount. And I feel for you because I have been at the ACHD hearings for 20 years as we've talked about development in North Meridian. And every single development application in North Meridian with our 1 mile grid has posed these exact same issues. You've heard the exact same objections over and over. And the reality is that contrary to the claim that you've heard tonight, When this property was annexed, it was part of the master plan for a master plan development with multiple housing types, with commercial development, and every single resident of Bridge Tower West who has testified in opposition to this application tonight has their homes because you approved the development agreements with this master plan. And we've seen the same thing at Paramount. We've seen the same thing at Locksaw, that people don't realize that you have the commercial nodes at the arterial intersections. And those commercial nodes have a mixture of residential types that are higher density. You heard this when the application came through for Paramount to modify and reconfigure the multifamily there. I can proudly say, as an 8-year resident of Meridian who moved here because he had entitled many of the commercial applications here, I did it because Meridian has made an effort to ensure that we have these commercial nodes and these school locations that shorten our trips. I think you have done a phenomenal job planning as one of the highest growth communities in the United States. And this is not something that you've just done in the last 3 years. This is something you've done over a long period of time. And we cannot lose sight of the fact that when we talk about mitigation, and Councilmember Schrader, I understand the concern. McMillan is one of the probably the most constrained road segment that we have in Ada County because of its location, where we built a canal 120 years ago. But as Councilmember Hoagland pointed out, we have plans. We are implementing these plans. With the future connection of Highway 16 and its disconnect from McMillan, McMillan will cease to be an arterial that is a regional arterial, and it really is just a local arterial. And I understand the concerns that you've heard from the neighbors, but they don't comprehend the benefit that comes from an integrated collector system that you see elsewhere. In this community, I can rattle off 6 elementary schools that we have constructed on collector roadways that function just exactly like Galena. I hear the same thing on Producer at Paramount that people speed by. And you know who speeds by on these internal collectors? We do. We, the residents who live there. It's our kids that do. So we need to not point the finger out that this is a risk to somebody else. It's how these roads were intended to be function. I'm thrilled to be in Paramount now, where I don't have to get all the way out to Shindon, make a left-hand turn on Shindon to get to commercial use. Now, I agree. The Walmart, we should have required that entitlement, and I apologize because my partners were the ones responsible for that. You should have exacted a collector extension right there at Milano and not just a service drive. But you did it with a cross-access easement contemplating serving this entire neighborhood. So when we talk about traffic mitigation, I mean, Councilmember Schrader, you're absolutely right. It is a constrained thoroughfare. But we have to rely on the fact that ACHD in their analysis has said, even at build out with this, it's better than level of service E. And yes, we know there are other applications. So unless the city is willing to impose a moratorium and issue no building permits onto something that feeds to McMillan, we have to look for other solutions. And what are those solutions? Well, to be honest, members of the council, I get tired of my clients having to go solve public problems, because I tasked my clients after we got done at P&Z to go see what we could do about a crosswalk to serve that issue and work with ACHD. And we know the process. I appreciate the fact that lay people don't understand these things, but there's math formulas that have to be satisfied. And you read the letter from ACHD and we get down to the end and ACHD says, yes, we will support that. But why? Because we went to the mat to do it. And you know what? The Bridge Tower development agreements were fundamentally flawed at the very beginning. It was an egregious mistake to allow the residential single-family developer to build those units south of McMillan and not require their amenities until we got to 600 units. But if we don't implement the plan, we don't ever get the benefits. So what is the benefit here? Well, Councilmember Schrader, you asked, how do we mitigate it? Provision of an internal connection, even if it's not the degree of a collector through this project, makes it so that everybody here that wants to go to Panda Express will no longer be a trip on McMillan. Anybody here that wants to go to Walmart will no longer be traveling on McMillan. That is a reduction in trips. When we talk about mitigation, you all know the standard. You can exact things from us, but what else is there to exact? We can't make the canal go away for the 5-mile length of McMillan that canal exists. This site already has had all of its frontage approved and improved to the standard of collectors. And collectors are intended to provide that connection between the local streets and the arterials. So what does it mean for infrastructure to be adequate? Well, if we were posing and proposing that we develop this application way out on South Linder in the middle of a section with no public road access, that's not adequate. But to say that we have a development agreement that contemplated a series of collectors for this entire square mile with a commercial node located at 10 Mile and McMillan that would be surrounded by uses that then progressively buffer those residential uses, the issue of adequacy becomes, what is the condition? Well, the condition is have fully developed frontage. We have gone and addressed the safety issue by our efforts with ACHD, and we're fine with the condition that's been proposed. We're fine with the condition that's been proposed to ensure that there's additional access through the site to make that connection over to the commercial node to lose those streets. If you want us to dedicate additional frontage, fine, exact that. But then you have to do it to everybody else on McMillan. And I think what needs to be recognized is, yes, as Christy shared, ACHD's plan is to improve McMillan, but not expand its capacity. Those improvements will be in the form of improved sidewalks, will be in form of improved turn lanes, and be able to better function that. But we have to look at the totality of the plan. You told my client to go build what you approved in 2008. We have come back with that application to do it. And as you've heard the questions, as you've posed the questions, what is the appropriate mitigation? You know, you've heard some things thrown out like, oh, reduce the density to 150. Well, what's the marginal impact and marginal benefit of that? The reality is ACHD scoped our TIS. We go to the agencies, we deliver them and say, here's our application. What do you need to know? They tell us what to go study. They tell us what to go count. They review that based upon their methodology. They review the trip generation based upon our calculations from the ITE manual. And then they make a determination. And their determination here is even using 2018 data, plus the growth factor that Compass has articulated as you run the model, plus the additional efforts that we've been asked to do, that this site will not put it past level of service E. Now we have to ask ourselves, are you willing to not issue a single more permit on McMillan? That's what the neighbors are asking you to do. And if that's the case, Mr. Neri and I will get to spend a fair amount of time together. But the reality is we have a development agreement. We have a development agreement that does not mandate this to be assisted living. And I disagree a little bit with the characterizations because I've spent a lot of time with those development agreements. You could have specifically mandated that use. There was discussion about the possibility of assisted living and other healthcare stuff, but it wasn't a mandatory use. But you've told us to go design and deal with the design as it is. So as we've heard some of the other comments, I appreciate people's concerns, but we eliminated 3-story buildings against the single family residential because they thought it was problematic. So we kept the 3-story building down on McMillan. As we've talked about relocating and reconfiguring things, none of that solves the fundamental problem, which is you have a development agreement you told us to go comply with. That's what we've done. We have done everything we can to mitigate. We respectfully request that if you have any further questions about traffic, we can answer that because Dustin is available to do it. And let's talk about the conditions of approval, but we request your approval because this is totally consistent with your comprehensive plan, the development agreement, and how you have planned to develop this community for more than 15 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wharton. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Joe?
just real quick, I just wanted to note that the site plan I pulled up is the overall Volterra, which was originally Bridge Tower, et cetera. This is just the west piece of it, west of 10 Mile and the south and west. So for the benefit of council as well as the public.
Thank you, Joe.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
And Jeff, one of the things that's been talked about is the crosswalk. One of the things that everyone can agree on that, yeah, we need to do that. Was that, I wasn't sure and it failed to ask Christie, is that something developers putting in or is that an ACHD install?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Hoagland, we, notwithstanding the whole issue of Nexus and all those other issues, that was something my client proposed and took to ACHD if we were willing to do that. And I think ACHD's proposed language, they come back tonight, would be a developer expense imposed upon us.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Just on that point, Jeff, was there a commitment to do that, at the inception, install it? Presume so, prior to the first.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Borton, my clients are indicating that yes, that's the intention to do that at the outset. And I would note, and I don't think it got, because of the procedural structure we have here, there was some discussion about enhancing pathways. And that's something we've been supportive of throughout this. And your Commissioner Seal had raised that issue. Staff has raised that issue. We recognize the importance of connectivity of all of this to get to the north and other pieces, but that connection to the south is important. And it would be done with the initial site work.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Thank you. You had stated that your client is in support of allowing connection for Bridge Tower West over to the commercial property to the east. Does that mean you're not going, that the drive aisles through the development are private?
Correct.
You're not going to sign those that say residents only or prevent folks from moving through that property?
I think consistent with other conditions that you've imposed on other projects to ensure cross access, that you have the ability to require us to do that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pearl.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that for public record.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
All right. Break down for me, because I just need to understand. So you did a new analysis. You guys did, which is appreciated. But there's a discrepancy between the traffic count in your new analysis and the traffic count that went to ACHD when they issued their report. And Christy just told me that your new analysis reflects 747 peak trips. So help me understand that.
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Schrader, I don't think there's any inconsistency. I think the fact of the matter is we know that traffic studies are dynamic. And we know that traffic studies are based upon counting vehicles. And when we look at your typical ACHD staff report, where they've required a traffic study like we've produced here, they review our evaluation of where the trips are going and how many trips there are. And then they make a determination as to whether or not it exceeds a certain level of service, and there are improvements which can be exacted. So ACHD at the end of the day, and I think there's some confusion here about why we have some counts and some other things, because in order for us to justify to ACHD to approve this crosswalk, there was a subsequent submittal and analysis and discussion, which doesn't obviate or vitiate the original traffic study that was done and submitted. But I think Christie's most important statement is, with approval of this application, you're still at better than level of service E, which is the base standard. And the reality is where you're within 3/4 of a mile, where you're within 1/4 of a mile of an arterial intersection, you're inherently going to have higher number of trips because those trips are all coming out of Bridge Tower South and those other places. So you can improve the intersection. There are things that we can do there. But when we look at ACHD CIP, there is a reason that ACHD recognizes that this is constrained and that they don't have anything in their plan to deal with it until 2031 at the earliest. It could come forward sooner. But even then, we are not turning McMillan into a 5-lane arterial like you see Ustick and some other places. And the reason for that, I think, goes back to Councilmember Hoagland's observation that the traffic in Northwest Meridian that is currently using McMillan as that arterial access to get through Northwest Meridian to 10 Mile to the interstate is addressed by ITD's plan to disconnect McMillan from McDermott and Highway 16. So Councilmember Streeter, I get it. I understand the math, but I think Christie's statement was clear and correct that it still doesn't fail. And that's the standard. It doesn't not meet level of service E.
So no good deed goes unpunished, right? So it sucks for sure that like you did this additional analysis and now I'm using it against you. So I acknowledge that is really, from your perspective, unfortunate. But just as like a common sense thing sitting here, right? 747 trips taking place currently. That's a current count of trips. Level of service E is 880. That clicker doesn't account for all the stuff that's been approved, all the stuff that's being built. That's what I'm having a hard time with. We're not at E. I don't believe them. That's what I'm telling you, and that's tough because they're the road authority. But I'm having a hard time because the assumptions that they outlined behind their original analysis in their report are a 4% growth rate from Compass, which doesn't even reflect the reality of our growth rate, and 2018 data. I mean, that's what I'm struggling with.
So, and I get that, but you're ignoring the fact, and everybody's ignoring the fact that, yes, that's what the data says right now. So how many PM peak hour trips that are going to Marco's Pizza, that are going to Panda Express, that are running to Walmart, that are coming out Vito, making a left-hand turn across traffic up to San Vincenzo or out to 10 Mile are now going to be deleted because we're making that connection. You're exacting that connection from us, okay? So if you want us to dedicate more right away on McMillan, fine, take it. But I can't solve the fact that this is a constrained roadway that ACHD has said we meet the standard. And I'm not going to apologize for that because I drive down McMillan all the time and it's always constrained and it's always busy. And anybody that moves to North Meridian knows that.
Councilman Scheer.
Yeah, I know that. And I'm not expecting you to apologize for it. I understand you're a victim of circumstances to some extent, right? Like that's the existing conditions that we have right now. So I understand that. I'm not expecting you to apologize for it. I think what I'm struggling with, and I agree with you, it should be an equal playing field. Like I'm probably going to be a real outlier out here on what my thoughts are about development along McMillan Road. Tell me a little bit about a couple things. You've heard from a bunch of neighbors, which I thought was an interesting kind of a constructive idea, about sort of flipping your development and putting this larger building closer to Walmart. What are your thoughts about that? That's one of my questions. My other question is, how do you feel about the timing? Because it feels like when we get the connection to 10 Mile to go through, and once Highway 16 is disconnected from McMillan, a lot of these issues go away. How does that fit with your development phasing plan? And is there a way to make those things work together? And obviously that's an economic question and that's tough.
Well, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Streeter, I'm going to let Dustin answer that, but on the first question, we're in this spot because you told us to go design to a development agreement site plan. And you guys saw my footnote. I feel so bad that we have to be in front of you guys so often on development agreement site plans in this city. There's a better way to do it. But I don't know any planning universe where you take the most intensive multifamily element that's already next to the Walmart and flip it so that it's either inside the project to the north or it's immediately adjacent to the detached low-rise single family to the west. So, you know, we could consider and explore that, but we are not going to come back for a development agreement modification. We're not going to go back through that. I can tell you that right now. So let me turn it to Dustin to talk about phasing and what we think our timing is, because I think you're right. I think factors are going to come into play that catch up.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you. I'll try and add whatever I can to traffic. I'm not a traffic engineer. Dr. Hales is unavailable, but I've got someone who thinks they're probably the same as Christy, right? Understand enough, but not the administrator. Let me first speak to timing. When this is approved, we will take close to a year, from what I understand from staff, to work through to building permit points. So 6 months of finishing CDs and 4 to 6 months working through staff to have a building permit in hand. I think that 2 years after that point or close to it is the first time a resident will physically be inside of one of our units. And 3 years after that point is roughly when the project will be finished, which is in part why you hear us talk a lot about the Chinden improvements, the other ITD improvements, our local improvements that we're looking to make to help that. And we also know, I think everyone's looking at this as if 235 homes are built tomorrow and 500 people show up. So I hope that helps with your, at least your answer on timing. So from Dr. Hales' assistant. So take this for what it's worth, okay? But the average daily traffic on McMillan was 9,700 cars. The 3-lane capacity is 15,000 cars. So we're a little over 5,000 trips a day shy of what that road's capacity can handle. Based on peak PM traffic, it is 700 to 900 trips peak AM or PM per lane each direction. And he's not sure where an 880 number would have come from as he looked through the report. 724 between the 2 lanes in peak AM and 900 between the 2 lanes in peak PM. But directionally, each of those volumes should be over 500. So he's saying is 880 a per lane per direction capacity, in which case we're at 514. So we're well below that from the way he's understanding the report.
Mr. Mayor,
Let's share.
I was tracking until I wasn't tracking. So sorry, I'm sorry. We're going to just grind this out till I fully understand and I'm okay with what you're saying. Or I just won't be, and that's okay.
Yeah, and I don't.
They'll
know
tell
that-
me
I won't be
take
able
a
to get
hike.
you there. I won't be able to get you there. I'm not Dr. Hales. I'm not a traffic engineer.
All right, fair enough. And maybe we just won't with me, and I don't know where everyone else will go with it. Okay, so he's saying peak PM, AM, somewhere in the neighborhood of 700 to 900 trips per lane, right?
Correct.
That's what's happening now.
Total, not per
Total.
lane, total.
Okay, so total.
Correct.
Okay, but you just said per lane, so that's not true. So it's
880 is per lane capacity.
right. Okay, 880 per lane.
The total is 7:47 AM and 9:18 PM total.
With 2 lanes. Okay,
It should have a 1740, 1760 total capacity with 2 lanes. 80 per lane.
That's really not making sense.
This, Mr. Mayor, I mean, Councilman Strader, I
Yeah.
think this is why we defer to the traffic engineers to do the evaluations and prepare the studies. The 880 is ACHD's selected standard for the demarcation when you get past level of service E. And we recognize that there is a lot of traffic on McMillan, and nobody's going to deny that. But yeah, I don't think we accomplish anything unless there is a condition that you can impose on us that solves that problem, that doesn't run afoul of constitutional limitations. Debating how much traffic there is right now and how much there's going to be in the future, and the timing for this really becomes an academic exercise that none of us, I mean, not even Christie is in a position tonight to resolve that. And that's why, you know, we get told to go make a traffic study and deal with ACHD and deal with their standards, and we do.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schreier.
Yeah, I disagree. It's completely relevant. And the reason it's relevant to me, and I'll just give you my opinion as a council person, is that one of the CUP decision points is whether there are adequate public facilities. And I'll quote from Kurt's, I thought Kurt did a great job of giving us an overview, which you know very well, which is that the proposed use needs to be served adequately by essential public facilities and services such as highways, schools, parks, et cetera, et cetera. First of all, the West Ada letter already on its own clearly indicates the schools are completely out of capacity. Hang on a second, because I want to go on a little rampage here on what my thoughts are. We already know that we have a huge issue with the schools. And that's not, it sucks because it's not an issue you can solve. It's not an issue we can solve. We tried really hard to go through it with them. We've tried to push for impact fees. We've tried to push for all kinds of things. But just on its own, already to me, the schools issue is a huge issue. Just on its own. I already believe that your development, unfortunately, is taking us past the point of having adequate services for our public schools. Then adding to that, we also have this issue of traffic. And it just defies common sense. We all know what McMillan is like. We all know McMillan is a problem. The data that has been provided to me from Christie is that your most recent analysis has 747 peak trips. 880 is the capacity for service level E. Your 747 doesn't include the developments that are already being built right now. I mean, so it's just not adequate. I mean, so for me, and I'm going to stop because I think this is just my opinion. And I agree with you, it should be a level playing field. Like from where I'm sitting today, I don't think we should be approving any additional residential development off of McMillan Road until something in the conditions change, whether it's the connection to Highway 16, whether it's, you know, something along those lines. To me, we have hit the threshold. That's what I'm seeing.
Council, additional questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
this is a question for Joe. We talked about requiring cross access to Milano. Was that in the staff report recommendation? I was trying to remember what.
Councilman Hoagland, yeah, yes, not specifically cross-access in a like cross-access agreement, but I did recommend, I stole a little snippet from their original submittal that was denied to have that connection out to Gondola or in alignment with Gondola. The issue is that they don't own that parcel. And so they need to work with the previous developer to work that through. And I have it on good faith from him that he is willing to work with them. But again, until that's written in a document, it's not approved. However, to that same conversation, I don't know if the applicant needs both connections to San Vito. If they have the one at the northwest corner, can they lose one at the southwest corner? Does that help mitigate some of the issues that the residents have discussed, et cetera? I don't know. Potential option for everybody. It would, from staff's perspective, help de-incentivize, you know, that immediate connection to San Vito, but it will be in alignment with Gondola. And apparently Gondola is just bridge towers. So it's going to raise those same concerns there, but it would definitely make a more direct connection east-west, west-east to Walmart and the commercial drive aisle out to 10 Mile, 100%.
Mr. Mayor, follow up?
Councilman Cool.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind hearing from the applicant or their representative, just their thoughts on that. Some sort of working with the property owner to the north to make a suitable connection, cross access.
Yeah, Councilmember Hoagland, Mike McCollum, the owner to the north, previously in our DA modification sent the council a letter saying he would be in support of working with us through that. Coordinating a plat, a lot line adjustment, all of those things were a question and an unknown. We had requested that if that was a condition from the council at that time, that it be a condition of a certificate of occupancy, not of a building permit, so that it gives us time to work through any platting or any adjustment. As far as eliminating one, I've told many of these neighbors, the only reason the one comes out onto the cul-de-sac at San Vito is to match and align with the concept plan. And that after being denied at this council, by this council, I was reluctant to do much of anything that modified that concept plan, which is why we took the concept plan to Mr. Neri and confirmed that we were in compliance with it. So if you're looking at it saying a more direct line from Gondola east, east, and me making a condition that I'll work with Mike McCollum to coordinate that, yes, I would work diligently to make that happen.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Hoagland, I believe that you do have the wherewithal, notwithstanding the development agreement, to condition the conditional use permit on not having 2 points of access onto San Vito. But I would note that that was in the development agreement and your staff made it a condition of approval, and we're just doing what we're told.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sure.
staff agrees with the applicant that council has the breadth to mitigate the number of access to San Vito without requiring a DA modification. That is within that breadth of generally compliant with the concept plan. Access points are regularly adjusted for these reasons.
The plan that you see before you does not have that road going out. And I think that was the confusion from one of the neighbors. That shows the easement. That was for a utility exhibit to show how water can loop. This is the actual site plan. So that's a dead end for fire truck access and turnaround. So working through something to the intersection, which early on, I told neighbors and residents that I believe that would help with forcing individuals who are going through that intersection more quickly to at least stop and recognize that someone could be coming from a different angle.
Since you mentioned Mike's name, what's the time, any idea on the projected time frame before this road could be completed all the way up to a light at 10 Mile? Is there any projections in the future?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think we
wouldn't
I don't think
speculate.
we have any idea when that connection will ultimately be made to the north.
Yeah, because that would solve so much. You know, even more so than connecting to the drive aisle at Walmart, but
yeah,
that would solve a lot.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sure.
Most I can say is we have met with him in potential opportunities recently, but nothing has been submitted, nothing's been followed up with. All I could say is it's probably going to be a big box store of some kind to match what the original DA concept plan shows. So, that does mean more vehicle trips too, but it would include a collector street, absolutely. But timing, completely unknown.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I just want to chime in, I know I'm really a downer on this one and I apologize, but that would make all the difference to me, having that connection go through, and it's not in your control, so that's tough.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'm on hour 15 today, so forgive me if I'm starting to get a smidge fuzzy. So if I'm understanding correctly, the conversations we're having, we're talking about two possible connections, one to the north, one to the east. Did I understand correctly that you would be willing to consider just improving what is now a drive aisle north of Walmart to the same standard as Gondola and flowing traffic out that way and that you have a access easement there?
No.
No, okay, we're talking about the property to the north
Mr.
that would
Mayor,
flow up
I-
to the mid-mile.
Councilmember Rowe, what we're talking about, because we don't, I mean, you required Walmart to grant cross access all the way back to its property line. But if you look here in the northwest corner, what we're talking about is making that connection there. And because of the way it's configured and it's not going through the center of the site, so we don't have the safety concerns about our residents, it provides that access. So I think what we're talking about is we would make that connection there and we would eliminate that southwest connection at San Vito. So you'd still have two on Vincenza, which would function very much like the road at Center Point behind Coles with that internal access back there with those townhouses coming off. So that's what we're talking about, is making that connection to the northwest.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Yeah, I was clear on that. I remember that discussion from the last application, the applicant being willing to do that. That wasn't what I was asking. But since you brought that up, am I understanding that you would, well, I don't know how you do that without changing I know that you can add that additional piece without necessarily needing a DA modification because it's already something that the applicant has agreed to and offered. But if I understood Mr. Wardle correctly, you're talking about removing another drive aisle through here?
We're talking about eliminating that drive aisle right there that Joe's circling.
Okay.
And you make then the connection at the northwest.
Okay, removing the drive aisle to the south.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe, the other Joe.
The other Joe, thank you. This is all great. We just need to make sure that it gets approved by the fire department, whatever's done. Because we would be eliminating one of the accesses to that taller building, which could be a concern for ladder truck access. We just need to look at it, make sure it's clean.
Mr. Mayor, and the chief don't disagree, because that's been the fundamental thing that's driven all of this with the design. Was there was approved, the original design was not buildable for fire code purposes. So I think we can still provide access to that taller building through either an emergency bollarded access point, or, with the way it's configured on the site and with the access you'd have from McMillan as well. I don't think that's a problem, and we're certainly aware of it, Chief. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, planning staff agrees with that.
Thank you. Other Joe.
Councilwoman Strader. I may have some more clarity. Don't know if I may. Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I'd love to hear it if you got it.
Okay, so the peak PM traffic is the more intense in the report. The existing directional peak, so the text says, I just confirmed ACHD 880 threshold for a directional capacity. The existing peak directional capacity is 519. Our project peak capacity is 89 for a total peak directional capacity of 608, which is 70% of the capacity.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Okay. Starting to make more sense, because at least you agree that their threshold is the threshold that they told us. So that's a good one. So you're saying you guys at the most intensive time with your project would be 608.
Correct.
Okay. Versus a threshold of 880.
Correct.
And that accounts for the clicks today, plus the clicks assumed to come from your development. Doesn't include any other developments, right? And that's fine, just understand. Doesn't include anything else that's been approved, but that's 70% without including all of those.
Correct.
Okay. So thank
That's
you.
That is as I understand it now. Sorry for the confusion.
It's okay. I appreciate it because that makes more sense to me. And let me mull that
You're
over.
even better than I at traffic, so.
No, definitely not. But like I live off, I mean, listen, actually, by the way, Wordle is probably a neighbor of mine. So hopefully we'll get along after this.
Well,
but-
there's a whole bunch of Wordles over there in the
No,
Paramount
there's a bunch-
neighborhood.
Yeah, there's a bunch of you. But I live off McMillan too. And like, I'm not going to deny what I see with my own eyes as well. Right.
I just text him, today's clicks and the project is the 608. I want to, I have my list. I want to tell you, I've actually appreciated very much Mr. Parsons, Mr. Dodson. Sonia's on another project, and Mr. Dodson annoyingly so tracked down the signatories to know that they tracked. So
I never doubted that. Thank you. Thank you for saying so, but all right.
Cancel additional questions for the applicant at this time. It's been about 2 hours. I don't know if you want to take another break before we go into your deliberations, or if you're ready to do that at this point in time and have the applicant sit down.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
5 minutes would be enough for me. Take a break. I would like to take a break, but I wanted one more clarification question. So if I'm hearing correctly, the applicant is not feeling the need to flow additional traffic out to 10 Mile at this time.
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Perot, I don't know exactly what you mean by flowing additional traffic. We don't control that drive aisle, but that drive aisle is subject to a cross-access easement. So it is a commercial access point that meets ACHD standards. So it's 3 lanes out there at, it's narrowed back, but we don't control that. And it's one thing for us to go work with the seller that we bought the property from to make that connection to gondola that's part of his plan. I don't think we have the wherewithal to turn the rest of it into a collector that goes all the way out at that location. Obviously, in the future, as Joe showed on the plan, the collector location captures all of that in the property to the north and takes it up to the north at the half mile.
Council, anything else for the applicant? All right, then we will conclude your portion at this time. We'll take a 5-minute break and come back and see where council would like to go.
thank you.
Mr. Hoagland. Okay, we'll go ahead and come back from recess. Council, we will turn this over to you for how you would like to proceed based upon what you've heard so far this evening.
Well, Mr. Mayor, just to
Councilman Hoagland.
kick off the discussion here. I think we've made mention of this several times tonight. This is different than an annexation request, which gives the council much more latitude and broad powers to define and to determine impacts that allow us to say yay or nay, especially letting someone into the city. We just have greater discretion that way. Same with the DA modification. When they came before the council previously to modify the plan, that was something that we didn't go along with and worked on it. And there's some discussion tonight about some things because of that. This one is different because they are coming in with something that had been approved previously and say, what we're doing is following the plan that has been approved in the past. Now, we do have some things we can consider, but just as has been said before, our ability to say no is much tighter. It's a much tighter lane that we have to travel in tonight. So some of the things that I wanted to point out that, there's been a wide range of discussion. And I appreciate the discussion and the points made and appreciate the way they are presented. We do have a new fire station that's coming on board in North Meridian, I think 2023, which will help be at McDermott. I've already mentioned the Highway 16, the access to the freeway is going to change how that traffic pattern flows. And McMillan is going to be a collector. I truly do wish that going back in time, we had really understood, we knew plans were in place to expand the roads. Ustick between Linder and heading west now is going to be expanded to 4 lanes, 5 lanes with center turn lanes. You just make that assumption. Oh, it happened to Franklin, it happened to Cherry, now it's happening to Ustick. It's going to happen to McMillan, ITD's taking care of 2026. All of a sudden, oh, not McMillan. Well, that things had been set in motion before we really had that full understanding. Power lines can be moved, even those big tall ones, but the canal and those types of things, it's a little more problematic. And so if we go back in time, yeah, we would have probably changed some things, but Highway 16 to the freeway makes that a local road because it won't connect. If you want to connect, people can go west, then go down McDermott or Black Cat and hit Ustick and to access that. I think this kind of points out to the fact that the comprehensive plan that the city works on every 5 years and renews and looks at is very important. I always encourage people when they're working with their realtor or whoever coming to the area, look at the comprehensive plan. It will tell you what is going to be built or what the densities will be in that area. This plan has been in place, and Mr. Wardle said it best. He says, this whole area was planned out, and what you folks are living in was planned at that time as well as this property. And that's what we're bound by. And I think that speaks to entitlement. One gentleman was talking about his property. I'm entitled. I get that. He's entitled to his property. I wasn't sure entitled to what, but yes, you're entitled to your property and to the property rights that are there. And so are they. And that's the thing that we really have to be careful of, is the fact that property rights are pretty big in most places, particularly Idaho. And it's something that we're very cautious about treading on. And people say, well, change the densities. No, where we have a plan in place, we just can't go in as government and arbitrarily say, well, you know what? Yeah, you're entitled to 250 homes, but And they already have that ability by, according to the plan, they're not asking for an annexation and wanting to do this. We have more power in that situation. But we can't just say, oh, your property, no, we're not going to allow that, you know? And that's one thing about Idaho and why we're probably getting more people here is we kind of believe in limited government. You know, there is that ability to utilize your property to a certain extent. We're not going to allow a meat packing plant being built to right next to your subdivision. That's why we have zoning, those types of things. So that entitlement argument, I said, yes, everyone is equal to their entitlement. And that's what we're dealing with today is the folks, this development is entitled. The moratorium, Mr. Wardle had mentioned moratorium, and we've investigated that. Going, you know, is there, and this was in conjunction with the schools issue. Are our schools overcrowded? And we had a series of, I think, what was it, Councilwoman, 3 meetings with the school district, starting with the staff, then the superintendent, and then the school board. Are you overcrowded? What can we do? Do you need our help? Should we slow things down? And the response was, they are elected, the school board is elected, they're responsive to the voters, and they said, we have it under control. We have options. Now, some of those options might be things that people don't like, and that is the fact that, oh, we just moved into the subdivision and that school that's down the block, our kid is going to go to the school a mile away because that school is full. I mean, those are the options that they're dealing with, and they're not great options. My kids went to Portable through, I don't know how many years of school when they were at Linder Elementary before they built Paramount. So because of overcrowding. So that's just one of those things that we met with them. They said, nope, we are responsible for that. We can handle that. So, and Councilwoman Strader is our conscience on that. And it's just where we are. So the moratorium issue is kind of off the table there because the state law is very specific about how moratoriums can be used. If we have a big sewer failure and we have to say, nope, we can't grow because this pipe broke and we can't handle it, okay, they'll give us a certain amount of time and some things like that. So it is very, very specific about what we can do. I think there are some things that we can do to improve. Having the crosswalk, the applicant said they're gonna do that. I think the school district needs to be talked to about bus access and busing. I know in our subdivision where we have not the arterial, but the what's one that collector. Thank you, the C word, collector. Because we live on a collector and we see buses going down that all the time now. They no longer stop on Ustick Road. They're coming into the subdivision. Is that an option for kids instead of stopping traffic on McMillan? But again, that's a school district issue to deal with. So, you know, I'm thinking there's not a lot we can do. We can mitigate some things. We can ask for the developer to work with the property owner to the north to come up with some sort of access to cross-access agreement. There are some things I don't know how we would word that because we want what works and not just, well, we did it and there we go. So those are the types of things. Just because of what is in place already, I just don't see a way that says, nope, there are such overriding conditions that make us say, oh, no, we can say no. In fact, Susan Nightingale had said this and about nobody said this is a great idea. There are lots and lots of developments that come. And are they a great idea? No, but they are in places where we are limited in the ability to say no. And it's kind of like some of the design. Oh, modern craftsman. I like craftsman. Modern craftsman. I don't like modern craftsman. But that's not our purview in government to say, well, it's only going to be this style of house and not this style. We have some latitude there. We want a mix of homes. But again, purposefully so, the state law kind of limits our ability to do some things. It sounds like we have broad discretion, but we really do have some usage. I thought Mr. Wardle was very subtle in his talk about how he and Mr. Neri could have more meetings in the future based on the situation that's in front of us. So I think we need to find a way to make this happen. I just think without doing that, it would lead to a hit to the pocketbooks of our taxpayers if we don't. So that's where I'm thinking I'm going thank
you, Mr. Hoagland. I only correct you on one thing that you stated, that under the Idaho Right to Farm Act, I think that there could be a meatpacking plant because that overrides our zoning codes anywhere in the city at any point in time.
Mr. Mayor, I do stand corrected. Yes, on that one.
All right, thank you. Just don't want people to ever get mad if it shows up because we can't stop it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I'll just kind of tie a bow on where I started with my comments and what I was looking at, and Councilman Hoagland addressed them correctly. And one of the principles that guides this decision also for me is remembering that there's a longer term plan that we focus on, and trying to avoid making decisions looking at the short term. And some of the long-term principles that we heard talk about the connectivity up through the north, which will occur, the planning that's happened with police and fire and the location of that, those services near here, the Highway 16, the ability to, alleviate traffic going to the west, to reduce the desire to use McMillan. Those are long-term plans. And there are times when I too wish things would be just a field. And if this would be a field forever, that very well might be fantastic. There's lots of places in the city, I've been here long enough, where I wish it'd just be a field forever. But that's not the long-term plan for those portions of the city, nor for here. So as Councilman Hoagland had described, this truly is entitled property that has a contractual right to do this. We've said that multiple times because it's very important. It constrains what we can do. So the things that I looked for in preparation and in listening here are there conditions that are within reason that can help try to mitigate some of the impacts of this contractual right and entitlement, and items such as putting in that crosswalk at the start, the pathways at the start, the amenities and items that might try to mitigate the desire to leave this project and perhaps instead have an opportunity to recreate on the parcel, to encourage pedestrian traffic to the commercial property to the east. These are all different ways that a project like this can successfully mitigate the valid concerns that the public has raised. And the ultimate solution is it's a farm field forever. We all know that's not how this works, in particular on this project. So I was also, I found that the discussion, one of the principles we see in a lot of projects, which applies here, is the sort of the onboarding, the runway that takes for a project to be built and then ultimately be occupied. It will be several years at best to have any people here. That marries up quite well with the police and fire service that we talked about, marries up with Highway 16 and the acceleration of its construction. All of that helps try to mitigate the valid concerns that the public raised. So that's sort of the compilation of ideas that make me supportive of the application as presented tonight, inclusive of the developers' concessions and agreements, the principle that will also include one access to San Vito, I think, is a condition that made sense as well. So those reasons I'm supportive of the application as presented tonight.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
This is a tough one. Just want to say going forward for future developers, any kind of DA modification or especially an annexation of a multifamily project off McMillan I've historically been opposed to and will definitely be opposed to going forward. We have more discretion on those. What I'm having a hard time with, I think here, is that we have definitely an issue with our schools. We talked about it at length. We've directly asked the West School District whether we should issue, we basically hit a pause on development and asked them what we should do to help with that. And they told us that they've got it covered. They definitely don't have it covered, in my opinion. Their letter, I think, directly speaks to an inadequacy of an essential public service, which is our schools. In addition to that, I think there are big questions around whether this development would be adequately served off of McMillan Road. I am not sure we've reached the threshold that we can say with certainty that we can just throw out ACHD's report. They are the experts. It appears to me that they have a lot of flawed assumptions in their report. So I'd encourage them to take a look at how they do those reports. Specifically, the use of any data from 2018, this seems nonsensical. In addition to that, I would say that, you know, a Compass growth rate of 4% also doesn't make sense. I just can't deny what I can see with my own eyes. McMillan Road is beyond capacity. I do agree. I think in a few years it could get better. You know, when this is finished, hopefully by that point, there could be a connection to 10 Mile, but there's no guarantee that that's going to happen. You know, hopefully Highway 16 will be serving this area. You know, legally, we have nothing to stand on, unfortunately. I mean, I'm going to vote no, I think tonight out of principle, because I don't believe that this is adequately, I don't believe this will be adequately serviced by our essential public facilities specific to schools. And I think there are enough big questions around the adjacent arterial that are not answered, that it's a big enough question. But, you know, the issue, I think, at the end of the day, I'd like to vote no, but I think the issue that we're going to have is if everybody voted the way that I want tonight and we all voted no, what's going to happen is we're going to lose in court, and then we're going to spend $200,000 of your taxpayer money to defend this case. And we won't, unfortunately, we won't have enough to win it, is really reading between the lines what I'm hearing. I don't want to do that. So I will vote in favor, but very reluctantly. And I'm upset about feeling like I have to vote for it. I think putting R15 here was a mistake in the past. I don't think that we should be putting R15 off of a 2-lane road, and any kind of annexation off of McMillan, I will oppose going forward.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
I wanted to speak last this evening to hear from my fellow council members and hope that what I say will add to the decision this evening. We've often come across and discussed decisions that were made by prior councils that have been difficult for us, not because those councils were making poor decisions. Each council can only make the decision with the information they have at the time. And we're going to do the same. We can only make the decision based on the information that we have at the time. I agree with Councilwoman Strader. I have a lot of reluctance in this. If there was a way to flow traffic out to 10 Mile in a different manner, I would be less reluctant, but there isn't a way for us to condition it. And I appreciate the applicant's willingness to do so if there was a way for us to condition it. So the applicant's been really flexible with this. And please know that we don't often have applicants that are willing to do what they've even been willing to do and often tell us no. We haven't specifically made huge asks of them in this. They've just offered some things. So that's something I'm also appreciative of. But I agree with Councilwoman Strader. I have a lot of reticence with this, and I will vote yes because the applicant has a right to ask what they're asking based on their entitlements. But I don't love, I'm okay with a more dense residential use here, but I don't love that we are so close to 15 that we might as well call it 15. We don't often get applications within an R15 that is this dense. A lot of times we have applications that have other uses. So even then we're not frequently having conversations about this density within a development of this type and size. So that being said, I will likely agree in the positive, but I wanted my concerns to be stated clearly. Hopefully they are.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Joe.
before we do any motion, I do, to avoid possible work for my boss in the future, because I won't be here, but I want to be very clear that the applicant doesn't have anything specific that needs to be hashed out with the conditions of approval that were in the original CUP. I just want to make sure that we're clear on that, because I don't want to have to come back and do that again or make Bill do it. So just want to make sure that we give the applicant that opportunity to state whether or not they are or not. Never mind.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
So with the one access to the north, that is not currently on the concept plan drawing. How does that get addressed?
Mr. Mayor, I have an existing condition in there that says to add that. However, I do not have a condition removing the existing proposed access at the southwest corner. So if that is something you would like, based upon the conversation, it sounds like the applicant is in agreement to do that, but per fire, we should probably say just change it to an emergency only access.
Mr. Jerry.
One other one that was discussed, and I just wanted to make sure that was either in a motion or not, was that the applicant is willing to work with the adjacent property owner to create a connection to, I already forgot the name of the road. Milano, to make a connection to Milano. They can't improve Milano because it's off their property, but they agreed to work with Mr. McCollum to make the connection to Milano. If I understood that correctly from Mr. Wardle.
Mr. Mayor, that's the one we were just talking about, would be at the northwest corner and it'd be in alignment with gondola, which would then cut through the north of the site and be in alignment with the commercial drive aisle.
I apologize. I thought Councilman Rohr was talking about the northern access out to gondola to the west.
They're already proposing
Okay.
the one to the east, and then the new one to the west is already part of my condition. Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I'd like to make share one more thought that's not specifically related to this application. I want to say thank you to our Planning and Zoning Commission. I was a Planning and Zoning Commissioner for 3 years. It's a volunteer position. It's a huge time investment by members of our public. And whether we understand or agree, they really do things with good intentions, good heart, and work hard to try to recommend to us what they think is best. And want to share that if ever you come before all of us again in public testimony, please approach us with respect. And please approach our planning and zoning with respect. I would like to be called by Councilmember Perot, not my first name. I appreciate receiving respect by the time and effort and investment that we make So I saw that happen on multiple occasions this evening where I felt like we were disrespected. And while I will not make a decision based on how I'm approached, it really is much appreciated by us. And then that goes for the folks that are hopefully still online as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
move we close the public hearing on CR 2022-0006.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I move that we approve CR 2022-0006 to include all staff and applicant comment for Bridge Tower multifamily as set forth in the staff report of November 15th, 2022, and inclusive of the additional conditions presented tonight, all of which the applicant has indicated on the record they are in agreement with.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
just want to make sure that that includes the PHB at McMillan and San Vito then.
It does.
Okay, thank you.
Second concur.
Yes. And Mr. Neri, to that point, is it, Mr. Neri, sorry, was that by indicating kind of broad reference that all of the conditions in the report and presented tonight, is that sufficient enough without listing them individually? You know,
Yes,
the
I
access.
believe based on both your motion as well as our prior conversation right before that,
Okay,
I think that's adequate to prepare the findings to get this.
good, good, thank you.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Perot.
Aye.
Borton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
For ayes, motion passes and the item is agreed to. Thank you to everybody, the community. Joe, great send off. Congratulations on your new gig, and we'll maybe see you back here and see which way the council votes.
Exactly. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the public as well. I always appreciate the collaboration, truly. So thank you, council. I'll be back, I'm sure.
Good, thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda is item 7, ordinance number 22-2006. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance annexing the northwest 1/4 of the southwest 1/4 of Section 17, Township 3 North, Range 1 East, Boise Meridian, Ada County, Idaho. More particularly described in Exhibit A, rezoning 1.03 acres of such real property from R1 estate residential to R8 medium density residential zoning district, directing city staff to alter all use and area maps as well as the official zoning maps and all official maps depicting the boundaries and the zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with the ordinances, in accordance with this ordinance. Providing that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, Ada County Treasurer, Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing an effective date.
Thank you, council. You've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that'd like it read in its entirety? Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
I move that we approve ordinance number 22-2006.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. to Approve ordinance number 22-2006. Is there any discussion? Not, clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Perot. Borton.
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries and the ordinance is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics? Or do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn, Mr. Mayor.
Motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Those nay, the ayes